Is power over you. You don't have to give mental illness power over your life. Okay? Whatever you're going through in your life, you can take it back. Now, this is crossing the YouTube guidelines. And hear me out. That's why I have a Patreon. But many of us have a Patreon. If you truly want healing, you have to take your life back. Okay? I'm for therapy. I am. I'm for therapy. Especially if it's going to help you. When you're ready for that help. But you got to take your life back. Thing is, a lot of times, I'm watching my words here, but a lot of times, what you have going on is that there are people who have mental conditions that have mental conditions that they have to help that with medication. They have to help that with assistance, medical assistance. Okay? And therefore, that's what life is for them. All right? There are people who a life became unfortunate with the mental illness. And the mental illness came to us due to society. That's how mental illness came to us. It wasn't our fault. It's nobody's fault, really. But it wasn't our fault. Well, why? Yet we are the creatives. Yet we are the artists. Yet we are the writers. We are the poets. We are the truth speakers of the world. We have the capacity to self-reflect in life. And so therefore, we are the ones that have the power to take our life back. When you sit here and you read laws of attraction, frequency, when you're sitting here and you're manifesting, when you're sitting here and you are at a point of breaking, but you get through that pain and you can go back and look at your pictures and go, oh my goodness, wow, and be proud of you. That's a powerful motherfucking thing. So look at your life now and realize your life is so very different than what it was 5 years ago, even 10 years ago, last year. That's a powerful position to stand in. That's a powerful position to stand on. When you can do that. When you can go and you can transform your life into whatever you want to transform your life to. That's being in a position of fucking power. You heard? That's being in a position of God-bodiness. You know what I mean? When you have the intuition, when you have the divination systems that you can use, When you got that full warning from the ancestors, whether in the dream realm or just in your ear, that's power. And even through your mental illness, you have that still there for you, and you can still control it and understand what it all means and have faith in that. That's power. When you when you can sit here and stand up after you've been through something treacherous and horrible that most people probably wouldn't be standing up after. Okay? That's powerful. You got to be thankful for the fact that you get the truth from people. You got to be thankful for the fact that you can walk in a room and motherfuckers just don't like you and you ain't do nothing. You got to be thankful for that. You just minding your business and existing, and people got a problem with you. And every time you remove yourself from people as such, greater things happen for you. You got to be thankful for that. You know how many people, they don't have that compass to know? They may feel it, they don't know it, but they got to navigate through that, or they have to dumb themselves down to be in the frequency of these people. And you refuse to dumb yourself down to be in the frequency of these people. And that's a beautiful thing. Applaud yourself for that shit. Now, earlier, I was in the bed talking, saying a few things, and went away. I think I did that 3 times. So this is like take 4, right? For number 5. Part 4 for number 5, right? Listen. I have a lot of things I think about. All these things I'm about to put in a notebook. Start writing in a very psychological type way. Teach myself how to write papers and articles like that as I present this information to most of you. It has come a time in my life where I'm ready to fully talk about my life story, right? I'm ready to share how I got through, how I got over, how I tapped into my intuitions, how I tapped into my power to get to where I am today, to manifest where I am today. To sit down and talk about patterns and recognition and being careful with energy and people who are blessing blockers and how to get away from them. Really talking about my thoughts about social media streaming apps and shit like that. Really expressing my thoughts and the mistakes I've made to teach other people how to not make these same mistakes. Okay? To teach you all the parental wounds that affect your life. That's why there's books called Mother Wombs and Father Wombs, because those wombs do affect your life. And if you don't take recognition of it, if you don't face it, face it, it's going to keep reflecting back. Every time I turned around, I knew a woman who had a problem with her mother. A woman who was fighting her own mother, who lost her mother tragically. Every time I turned around, I knew a woman like that. I knew a man like that too. Every time I turn around. And the moment that I start recognizing something very, very heart-wrenching in my life about my relationship with my mother, that's when I begin to have my awakening. That's when I begin to start growing up. That's when I begin to start to mature more in my life. When I start to recognize this, I pull myself more and more out of codependency. You see? When I came to recognize these things. And so I am ready to share that transparent story to everybody, especially in my Patreon, because the beautiful thing about being over here in this frequency with me is you're going to get the raw truth. Okay? You're going to get somebody that's going to share information that I discover and help you dig it up too. I always have books over here that most people don't have or you can't find like that. I think that's a beautiful thing. And that's why I know intuitively who my audience is and what kind of people come over here to listen to me, even out of curiosity, because a lot of y'all listen not live, but y'all listen. I see my numbers and I see my views. So a lot of y'all are also people who are seeking depth. And because I'm starting to come to realize who you are that listen to me, this is what pulled me to go this deep and pull me to take my professionalism a lot more intact. Not, just because. You feel me? It's funny. I was listening to that song by Johnny Taylor, Just Because, and here I am saying that. Because now I'm ready to get on camera and talk. Now I'm ready to share my story in a transparent way. Now I'm ready to talk about these things. I'm ready now. Wasn't ready before. I was told before, like, you need to do public speaking. I was like, no, my life ain't where it's at for me. They didn't understand that. They're like, you don't like money. I'm like, nah, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Because I'm still young. I'm still in my 40s. I'm still young. The thing is, it's time to speak up. See, what happened is, and this is not attacking, but let the truth be the truth. What happened is, when a lot of this non-binary trans thing came out, I get it as a spiritual woman what it all means. I mean, like I said, we just called it androgyny. We knew what that was, right? We understood all that. We understood that we were androgynous before we got here. We talked about all that. But what happened was you had corrupted people who did not have any type of spiritual depth, let alone self-reflection, trying to gaslight you, trying to pretty much, let's just use the words we know as millennials, and you trying to lie to you, deceive you, manipulate you to what it is that they wanted with their own agenda. And so the depth was lost. We began to lose a lot of depth. Do you remember in the 90s the conversations that we would have on national TV and the topics? Do you all remember discussions of all type of races and racism topics that people sat in the same room and had together? There was something there. People were psychologically digging into each other to understand one another. And that got lost through time. I'm a Libra. I don't have a problem with beauty. I have a problem with taking care of yourself, as you should. That it should. You take care of yourself. You take care of your spirit, your mind, body, and soul. You should do all that. I'm all for that. But the depth of it all got lost. And it really got intense. And it really turned into all the sexuality shit. The root chakra, in a corrupted way of the root chakra. Actually, an unbalanced root chakra. And when all of this began to happen, all the depth began to lose itself. And those of us that had something of substance to say, we got lost. Or we hung around the wrong people that made us look like them, me being one of them. People who try to manipulate us and tell us that we're boring and this and that. Manipulation, jealousy, and envy. All of these different things that kept happening to all of us. So depth got lost. So now, as you can see how time works, everything is with reason, with frequency. And so now that we're in red, interesting, red is the color of the root chakra, right? But now we're in the red now. A lot of people are coming out and talking and sharing. I used to be an escort. I used to be a pimp. And here's what I learned. I was in jail. And here's the psychology that I learned about human beings in war when I come out of jail. These people are starting to talk. We're starting to come out. I have not talked to this level of depth in a very long time. I have not gotten to sit down and really, really talk on this level of right at a level of depth in a very long time. And this is a part of my healing journey. Boxes of things, like a box. You know how proud I am that I carried these things with me? This was the most important shit I left the house with, was my art and the things I wrote. And there's some artwork pieces that I lost. But it's okay. That was an idea that's gone. It may come back. It may or may come. It doesn't matter. And so therefore, here I am being pulled back to me to do this. And you have people, because these people put masks on their face, trust me, I'm thinking about doing the same thing. Even though y'all know what I look like, sometimes I think about putting a mask on my face while I talk and tell my story. But because of that, people don't want to take it serious. People don't even understand the symbolism of the mask that they're wearing. Because those people are not ready for that level of depth. Those people are not ready for that level of understanding. Those people are they're clowning around so much that when the truth is really in their face, they laugh at it, because this is how far, using my words carefully, the mental illness has caused everything. It has caused this irresponsibility. It has caused this, I'm autistic. I'm this. That's why YouTube had to limit that shit. I'm on the spectrum. To have no responsibility for what comes out their mouth, for what they do and how they do it. And we just like, yeah, bitch, you are on the spectrum. Bitch, you are very slow. We see that. And then we're wrong for saying that, because we're catching on and we're paying attention to what they're doing and what they're saying. I would never have a problem if somebody dissects what I say, as long as they don't make up nothing in their head that I didn't say. When I get on this microphone, I'm up for scrutiny. I'm up for people to judge me. I'm up for people to say something to me. That's what happens when you open your mouth. That's the reflection you're going to get back. And people who have a life of depth, we are always up for scrutiny for what we wear, what we say out our mouth, what we always get that, because it's for us to sharpen. But it's for us to sharpen, but it's also for us to pay attention to how people cannot handle the way that we speak when we really speak. Everybody here, anybody who listens to me, I know you experience when you speak about something, or there's something about the way your voice, or something about your vernacular, something about you, people feel some way when you speak, especially if you are a woman here. I know that when you say something in the room, everybody looks at each other, or they just look at you with that look. because you have to understand that that level of depth has been lost. It's lost. And so people are seeking that depth back. People are seeking to have these levels of conversations back. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's a beautiful thing. I sit here and I was watching the video, Take Me Through There. And for those who don't know, I don't know these rappers or R&B singers. I don't. If they're not after, if they're not before 2005, I don't know who they are. Okay. Know who these. Okay. So if I butcher names, I'm trying. All right. Or even these rappers or the songs, I'm trying. Take Me Through There. And I went in the comment section because that's what I do. And they were like, OMG, why are the children here? And then one guy was like, do you know Jesus? And all this dumb shit is all up in the comment section. And then somebody was like, I'm, something about their child being in fifth grade and they were doing this dance in fifth grade. And I'm just like, are y'all not paying attention? Were y'all not paying attention to the music we were listening to? Oh, did y'all forget about BET Uncut? Because I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what's so goddamn different. You see what I'm saying? So I don't get shocked when I see bitches twerking and I see children in a video dancing with them. Because in all reality, if the parents ain't shit, the kids ain't gonna be shit. Oops, did I say that? And that's the reality of what's going on there. And people cannot stand to see that. They can't, subconsciously, something in them knows that that's what's being said, but they can't handle what's being said. I said it. And then, excuse me, y'all. And then, I remember years ago, I've told this story before. It was a trans woman who told her story. It's to watch her channel. To sit down and watch her channel. And she told her story about how she was a trans woman, came to California, ended up talking to a guy. The guy didn't know, and finally told the guy. And the guy ended up telling everybody and was like, this is why I don't, we don't want no one to know about us and this, that, the third, and blah, blah, blah. That's the sad story that was being told for a little bit. And then this same person ended up being into BDSM. They ended up being polyamorous. And they were like, the woman had a problem with the man that they were with being with her because she's a trans woman, right? And so I kept watching this person and they were going in about something. And I was like, okay, I think this person is smart enough to understand what I'm talking about. But I said, well, the biology of what a male and a female is still there. Even if you transition as or whatever hormones you take, it's like you're still biologically what you're biologically born as. You still have semen in your body. And man, if I could have saved that video, it's probably not up no more. When I tell you that man voice came out nasty on me and was like, the fucking biology doesn't matter. And I was like, ooh, if that person was in my face, they probably would have punched me in it. And I was like, well, goddamn, what did I say so wrong? I said something that you can go Google, that you can go pick up a book in the science section in the library, in the medical section in the library. What did I do so wrong? And this is where our voices slowly was cut off and shut down. And it went further than that. If you went into certain spaces, you will find people that were trying to shut off your depth, shut off something that you said in the room that made sense, something that you observed and analyzed in the room that made sense, and people would try to shut you down, right? And so this happens so much that a lot of people's throat chakra got closed. Some of you probably are very quiet people in real life, and you probably sit back and you look at people and they get their karma laid on that ass, and you just shake your head like, I knew that was going to happen. And I thought, I didn't think it was going to happen to this capacity, but it did. So finally, we have waken up and we're like, nah, it's time for me to speak. Y'all motherfuckers put us in jars. Y'all motherfuckers sat here and tried to snuff our light. Y'all motherfuckers were the worst motherfuckers on the planet. And that's why y'all suffering and y'all getting back everything y'all deserve for what y'all did to us, everything karmically that you deserve, for all the ill deeds that you have done. Okay? And so a lot of us are ready to speak. A lot of us have sat back for a while and we watched these arguments, right? We watched them. We said, God damn, like women just asking men to just take them out on a date and love them. And the men is like, I don't know how to do that. You need to figure that out. Women like, I'm with this guy and he not giving us the title and I'm trying to figure out what this is. Men having to tell women, men like mystery, da-da-da-da-da. All of these different type of things. And then it went to the hate train for black women. And then those dudes flew overseas. And you know, have you noticed all of this stuff has come back to come back in full circle? Right? You got the divested black women. You got black women dating outside their race in the boatload. No pun intended. Then you have the passport bros who was talking the most shit, who are actually enduring a lot of shit going on with them. Some of them are being unalived and they're being told that they're being pushed out. So it's like it turned around. And then you have these conversations where even males are telling women how the male mind thinks and operates, and she still gets pissed off and wants to fight at what the truth that's being told to her face. So what happened? TikTok happened. And on TikTok, you had people saying, I'm a diabolical person. I just do shit just because I don't fucking care. And I don't give a fuck about people. And I have no feelings. And so they start putting words on top of it. I'm autistic. I'm ADHD. I'm ADD. I'm this. I'm vitiligo, right? All this shit. Then it was like women who was highly spiritually in tune was talking and was like, this is what the woman is. This is what you are as a woman. And she got these eyes. We all have those intense eyes for some reason. And then she just had a way of speaking about things that you've never heard before. Or if you are that woman, you speak the same way just like her. So you see, oh shit, my mirror. And then it got more into people really expressing themselves and people challenging what people are saying. And then the titles, the simps, the betters, the mammies, the pygmishas. We started getting all these titles to start identifying who these people are, to the separatism, so we can start put them in the drawer properly, right? Fouling them out properly. And then now it's come a time where you got ex pimps, prostitutes talking to you and telling you on a psychological level, this is what I've learned about the psyche of the male and the female human being. Robert Greene was before his time. Robert Greene wrote The Laws of Human Nature. Robert Greene wrote 48 Laws of Power. Robert Greene wrote he has another book in mind. He's in his 60s now. It starts with an S that he's putting together as we speak. This is all the stuff that's happening. Then it started getting exposed. People being exposed online. People like me talking about the weird bitch. No gender matters, just the weird bitch. People starting to talk about jealousy and envy and weird behavior. Telling people, man, if you feel that energy, just get out of there. Just move yourself. Just don't even, just get out of there. Go away. Things like that. So slowly but surely, the cracks of depth started happening again. The cracks of the jars that we all were put in, the cracks started to break. Some of us broke out of them. Because we sat back and everything went haywire, retarded. Can I say that? For everybody out here. And we watched that happen when we were the ones saying and giving warning, and we were the ones saying, hold on, wait a minute, let's dig a little deeper, let's unpack that. It's not really like that. Take responsibility. Why was that? Why did you reflect that in your life? Why did that happen the way that it did? All of these different type of things you have to fucking consider. And look at what happened now. And here you are on the frequency of somebody like me, V314 Bad Bitchcraft Radio. I bet you said, what is a bad bitchcraft radio? It's probably going to be some foolishness here. It's probably going to be some goddamn gossip. And then you looked at the pictures and said, I don't think so. Wait a minute. This looks like it's going to be talking about some shit over here. Look at those pictures. Look at these topics. And you got exactly what you came here for. And this is why I kept this name, and that's why I kept everything the way that I have. Because I am for a certain frequency of people to come over here. Let me also help you understand something else. People like us, we've been wanted to get off this microphone. We've been wanted to go live life and live our best life and just go have fun. We've been. But something always happens where we're pulled back on this motherfucking microphone. It's like we're called to have to speak and have to talk and have to share. I'm called to get on video and tell my story. You see? I'm called to do that Patreon and have people behind the back with me and really have the depth of conversation that I really want to have back there. I'm called to do that. A lot of us don't. When Kendall St. Charles is like, I left. I ain't want to do this shit, but I'm pulled back to speak. And Kendall St. Charles, she in the background now. You gotta find way to her. You gotta email to get her. You gotta find way to her. She is not easily accessible. She done showed herself in a condo on a beach somewhere. Said, I never thought my life would be here, but it's here. And she talked about being 50 and all she has learned in life about that age, a lot of depth for herself. I feel that way about 40. Everything she felt inside about what she was saying about 50 is how I feel about 40. I wasn't even 40 yet when I saw that. And the thing is, you see people, they talk about how life in your higher 20s, how harder it gets, right? Because that's the time you get to your mid 20s and you motherfucking go through a little mini midlife crisis when you're 25, 26 is strange. And then you have to go through your Saturn return. Yeah, baby. You got to go through your Saturn return. And that's when life really starts getting real because that's when you really start getting to know yourself. That's when you start really facing yourself. All right, y'all. Let me give y'all a quick music break. I gotta go make me some tea. All right. I gotta make some tea. I'm still here, y'all. 1 second. All right, I'm back. 314 Bad Bitchcraft Radio with me. So, I don't know about y'all, but you know them long pasta noodles when people make macaroni salad? I don't like those. I like the macaroni pasta with a macaroni salad. I put peppers and shit in mine. I make my macaroni salad colorful. My shit good. I think my macaroni salad better than a lot of people who be making me their macaroni salad. My macaroni salad be good, bro. I got a dope ass recipe. Cause one thing with me, I make sure I season them noodles. Like, I season them noodles, bro. Mix them up, cook the noodles real good. That's the main thing for me, is making sure that I cook those noodles really, really good, boil them good, season them real good. You know what I'm saying? I always make sure that and then when I, add my peppers, my bell peppers, my green and my yellow bell peppers, I add them up in there with a little bit of, I don't do the chopped onion, I do the minced onions. You feel me? Like, I think my macaroni salad better than most people's macaroni salad, bro. I don't be very satisfied. It'd be good, but it don't be satisfactory. You know what I mean? It don't be hitting my shit. I be surprised how good my shit be, yo. Word. Anyway, so going back to the topic of depth, we have people, as myself, as you, we sat back and we watched this whole shit play out. We sat back and we watched in the background of, because we always get news, people information, people dying around them, people heart attacks, people sickness. We don't got it all, right? And so people like us begin to see we were not crazy as everybody, or we were not mentally fucked up as everybody tried to make us be. Everybody else was fucked up. Everybody else didn't have that level of depth or spiritual understanding of things as they made themselves out to be. We started realizing that a lot of people was using shit as costumes. A lot of people was using it as pick-me's for somebody to look at them and like them. Start waking up. We start realizing that the people who were speaking to people, who were actually telling people the truth about how it is out here, was still not telling the truth all the way, because they knew people were not listening. They weren't listening. Now, time has gone on. Now, here we are. Now, people are not understanding why they're getting so ghosted and why they're going through what they're going through with people in these relationships. Now, people are in relationships and they're being used. Now, we're in a time where people are complaining about shit and not understanding that they're the causal of their own experiences. They're not understanding it. Also, you also can see something else. People try to shut down the voices of the people who speak the truth. That's the beauty of what Patreon is about. Whoever invented Patreon was very wise. Discord was very wise. Because a lot of people, low key, will report you for nothing because your truth is so triggering. I still, to this day, I say that I got low key reported on fucking tag. I really do. I never. It was just something about every time I would go live, like nobody's coming to my room. Did I get pushed all the way down? Like, what happened? Somebody reported my shit. And these type of experiences teach me lessons about people and why you respond. And this, you understand something. There's this sense of power that social media has given people that are losers, cowards, and rejects. Okay. What happened is, let me take this off. Let me get all the way in this microphone for you. What happened is, somebody can simply not like you for whatever the fuck they don't like you for. So they say, well, let me go report this page and let me just make up something to report this page. Your page won't necessarily will not get taken down. But from my understanding, if it keeps getting reported, whatever this person is saying, eventually your shit probably can be taken down. But it always doesn't happen like that. You feel me? And so those of us like myself in this space, I enjoy the fact that in the background, a lot of you listen to me. I enjoy that. I enjoy that a lot of you listen to me more so when I'm not live. Because I think y'all think that I have a way of seeing who you are or knowing who's in my room. I really don't, but I just get a sense of that. But I also appreciate that because I have a strong sense that I have something applicable for your life. And that makes me feel good. That makes me feel very good. And that feeling alone is what makes me step up on that camera and have to share and tell my story. Okay? But tell it in a way to help somebody else and whatever it is their life is. Okay? Now, another, in all of this, you have people now who are speaking up and talk about things on a deeper level, and we're comfortable. We're following the YouTube guidelines. We're following whatever guidelines there are just to get to the right people. Because those of you who truly are seeking are putting yourself out there and are showing the support. How funny Kevin Samuels not here no more, but everything Kevin and Samuel spoke about was the truth. How funny. They laughed at his death. They cackled at this man's death. And how funny. Everything that man spoke about was the absolute truth. And he died in the hands of a goddamn tranny. The irony of it all, you see? He died in the hands of that. Probably low key got unalived. I'm serious. He probably low key got unalived. And look where we are right now. You got women such as Megan the Stallion, Megan the Knees, Megan the Super Twerker, who got played by a basketball player. No different than Shaquana on the block, working at the airport as a manager, getting played by a basketball player. It's not about that. She was with a high value man. And she still got played in front of the world online like a regular smuggler. This is what it all has come to. Because that right there to me was the biggest wake up call that all women needed to pay attention to. You have to grow up in life. Because if you don't, you're going to keep getting childish ass shit and childish ass games in your life if you don't grow the fuck up. I never get over the fact of how the neighbor was acting. And I ended up taking my money and taking myself another way in the Uber. And she had a nerve to look at me and say, "You left me." And I'm like, bitch, bitch. That's what I'm saying to myself. And I realized that women cannot handle consequence for their actions. I realized that women do shady, underhanded shit. And when you act upon it without yelling and screaming and giving them that mommy that she wants, she feels she can't stand those consequences. In her attack, she wants to attack you, but she can't attack you because you're not giving her what she wants. You see, I noticed all of this childish, petty shit comes from women who have lost their mothers very young, comes from women who don't have a mama, who got a mother womb. It comes from women like this because they want a mommy. And I'm sure it's the same way with dudes who want a daddy and want to fight and all. It's I'm sure dudes who go same thing. They want a mommy. And vicariously they want you as the spiritual in tune being to be that for them. That's cursing them out. That's literally getting a belt and beating their ass with it. That's literally just spanking them, literally. Literally telling them how much they ain't shit and all this and that. Spitting on them if you like this is what they want. And when you give them a graceful exit, they feel some type of way about it. And so they're going to talk about you and they're going to roast you behind your back. They're going to do all that, but it doesn't matter because your life is going to continue to go up. And everybody that sees them pointing, the wise ones are going to look, who's pointing? Because you're never going to be anything that they say that you are. And this is what they do. And this is what they have done to us that have had these voices, that has had this depth. This is what they do. Another thing, you have to, I don't need to tell you about checking yourself and doing your own inner work because you already are doing that. You're already doing that. And, excuse me. And because we're going to get off that, that's what we're going to focus on. You see people that have made a lot of choices and they're breaking down and crying about it later, right? That's happening a lot, especially since Saturn is in Aries. There's a lot of people who have made choices and they're crying about it later. Or some people that are getting older, they have to hit that Saturn return and they're crying about it later. You have seen people who have been out here doing the worst, being the bully and crying and trying to make themselves a victim, but it's not working. The people in the trans community, we know which ones, they are crashing out now because they got too far ahead of themselves, right? And so we watch these things play out constantly and constantly in life. And we even see these religious people get their ass handed to them. We see all this stuff get handed to them. Choices. And you sit back in your life and you chilling, right? You sit back in your life and you got some revelations that you have to sit with, right? Like you like, damn. Nothing hurts more than to realize that someone who raised you or the people who raised you are the weird bitches that you talk about every day on your show. Nothing hurts more than that. Nothing hurts more. Nothing hurts more than, you know, coming to the realization that you are damn near hated and unwanted. Like nothing is more heartbreaking than that in life. To realize you're hated, unwanted, and not cared for, and that you were never crazy about what you felt and what you said and what you see. And that your presence makes people uncomfortable. Nothing hurts more than that, especially when it's your own family. And so that's the type of things you may be experiencing at that type of level internally. But you're not going online and doing shot o'clock and twerking on the couch. You're not going into spaces and yelling and screaming and carrying on like a goddamn buffoon. You're carrying that, but you're releasing it in your own type of way, and you're making the wise choices needed to make to get away from whatever it is. And that's just the facts. You sit here, and I'm sure some of you, if you haven't got there with me yet, you're psychologically journaling things, learning how the psychologists do it in your own type of way to write it out. You're psychologically dissecting things, right? And people in a way, especially if you've been here. I bet you really have been. And you're moving wise. You're listening to the things here, like Ex Pimp and Russian Big Sister and whoever else I play. And for those of you who are out there content creating and doing your art and you do this thing in the same realm that I do, keep going. Keep it going. Keep making it happen. Okay? Keep doing what it is that you do. Your voice is needed. People need to hear you. People need to see your art, your crafts, and your creativity, and we need to hear what you have to say. And then, you know, there are some things that are out of your control, but it can be in your control. I sat here for a long time being the black sheep. I sat here for a long time allowing one family member to cause me not to be close to my family. I sat here and I sat here and thought about all these things, and I was like, there's the weird bitch in my life that I've been talking about for all this time. There's the weird bitch that I talk about when I go on my show. There she is. And that was like a shot to the heart. And that was the moment in my life where I said I don't care anymore. That's the moment in my life where I not shut down in the sense of myself, but I shut down the idea and ideology of what's supposed to be when it comes to family. And nothing in my life was an accident. Nothing was an accident. Everything was beautiful and with purpose, and I get happy about it. And that's the beauty of what life is. That's the beauty of what life is. And then there was a freedom that I felt over myself. A freedom of, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. I could do whatever the fuck I want to do in my life. I'm free. Not that I didn't know that, but now I know that. You get what I'm saying? And so let's move on. You know, I was sitting here, and when I was talking about choices and stuff, when I was talking about choices, and what I saw people do by the choices that they make. And then I was talking about myself and stuff. I realized that grown people understand things in a very different way. I realized that grown people uh, have a way of receiving information, right? Because the word is grown. It's like a new growth. It's an elevation that happens in your life. And so I learned that grown people, right, are able to handle truth depending who it's coming from. I looked at something, oh no, that stood out to me. And that was, excuse me, y'all, like my scrub in the back of my ear was like right here. I was like, I thought I washed all that off. I did a nice body scrub today. I was not playing, okay? I got my brush too. I was not playing. I needed that shower. I swear, excuse me for rolling off the harbor. Uh-oh. My noti. Okay, that was confirmation. And so you have people who, there's a lot of conversations out here about relationships and love lives going on, right? There's a lot of discussions going on. And I came across an interview from this show, and I'm going to claim fair use because I don't want to get copywritten. But I'm going to go ahead and find it real quick. And I want y'all to, we're going to go to an analysis together of an interview. It's very old, but I thought it was very interesting what the artist said and how this artist responded. One of them was completely avoiding the conversation altogether. And I want to talk about that part of it. So give me a moment, okay? As you know, I'm going to give you a quick music break. All right. Lounging down tempo almost sounded like, hold on, y'all. And then after this, we're going to get into my Big Russian Sisters. We're going to talk about the 48 powers women need to know. That's probably what I'm going to title. I'm probably going to end up titling this. Because it ain't in the AM. I don't even know why I put this as an AM show. This should have been a Divine Feminine School segment. I already did the AM show. It's all good. I'm learning. Maybe it needs to be in this topic. It is what it is. Oh, come on. All right, hold on. Let me make sure. And, I'm probably just gonna go ahead and just find the whole thing. Remind me of a goddamn 80s movie. This music right here. Hold on, y'all. Alright, hold on, y'all. This shit 12 years old though, but something about this interview stood out to me. Hold on. Why does shit want to move slow now? That shit got the pissing me off. It's like I gotta make the whole house cold in order to get my fucking. For the copyright, I'm probably gonna have to speed this up or slow this down. Alright. Alright. Alright, I'm trying to see if I'm gonna do it slow or I'm gonna do it fast. I'm gonna also find that you know, when they have those segments when the men and women ask or the women ask men questions. I'm gonna find something like that. I gotta turn on my air, y'all. Give me a second. I got the video ready for you. Alright, y'all. Ready? I'll put on the right one. What's this? Nah, that's not the right one. That's the second one. Alright, so follow them, Global Grind TV. I don't know if they, I don't know what they do, but that's the name of the channel. It's called Global Grind TV. And from the interview, it sounded like this particular artist was possibly that they're located in Canada, because that's what they were talking about. So the purpose of this segment of okay, thank you for showing me that. I'm about to fuck up. The purpose of this segment, oh shit, is to dissect what is being said, to observe and analyze what's being said. Okay. Oh, it's the link. That's why. Hold on, y'all. And so I'm probably going to speed it up, slow it down. There it is. Oh, I might need to keep that one. All right, hold on. All right, so we ready? Let's see how, because I got to see how this person talks to see if I'm going to speed it up, I'm going to slow it down. This is old. This is an old new album from this artist. This interview just stood out something to me. Something in this interview just stood out to me. Is it sharing yet? Hold on. Okay, 1 second. It is moving slow, y'all. All right. Mic check, mic check. I feel like I gotta close everything else out. Mic check, mic check, mic check. This is probably the largest one. This one probably gotta get closed down. I don't even need all this, honestly. It's a cute little dinosaur, right? Go ahead. Let me put that music on 1 second. Y'all already know how it is. Give me 60 seconds, y'all. I gotta keep Facebook up. Damn. I wanted to shut Facebook down, but I gotta keep Facebook up. All right. All right, so we right here, man. So this is our observation and analysis segment. We're gonna sit down. Article 107, this is for education purposes only, for teaching and presentation, for psychological and all that. We're not trying to present this for everybody to just watch it. Now, when you watch this, I need you all to pay attention to how this person is answering these questions. This was 12 years ago. And it may sound wild to think about this, but in these times, this is when a lot of our voices were getting snuffed out. And therefore, if we spoke about anything in a certain type of way, we weren't necessarily getting canceled, but people were getting scrutinized. But the scrutinization got more intense when it came to the trans non-binary thing. We can't deny this because that's what happened. It got more intense when everybody would talk about how autistic and all these things that they are. All right, let's go. Let's get to it. Let's just listen to the questions. Let's get to it. Let's dissect. I made it a little slower.
Rick doesn't leave Toronto. After the first time I'm going to Toronto,
I'm pissed. I'm getting pissed.
Love him for who he is. No
So he's
matter
sharing the
what.
pussy in Toronto.
Even in
That laugh is crazy. That's kind of fire. Yo, that's hilarious. Doesn't that sound fit that song? It's feeling plain and it's running really slow.
What's going on, folks? Nothing better to do. You're now watching the No
Hold on, y'all.
Judgment
I don't like
Zone.
this.
It's
I
me,
do not
your
do
boy
choppy fucking audio.
Blockzilla, and I have an
I
amazing.
do not do choppy videos. That's what I don't do. Absolutely the fuck not. This video will not be choppy. It will move slow, but it will not be choppy and all over the place and behind each other. We're not doing that. Let's get it together, Global Grind. Let's get it together. Hold on. I feel like I need to shut shit down over here. Wait a minute. I just got pissed. I pissed off. Wait a minute. That's what we not motherfucking doing. Today, tomorrow, or never. Don't want people to know my search history of all the Grey's Anatomy and malicious China shit. All right. This is what I'm talking about. I don't like that. Facebook. People on Facebook can actually hit me up on my phone. I'm going to close Facebook down too. This shit just pissed me off. All right. So let's get into our analysis, right? An observation of a thing. All right. I'm going to just go ahead and open up Facebook and put my do not disturb on. Let's give this again. We're going to dissect. In the beginning, he's talking about Toronto. He's clapping for the pussy in Toronto. Let's just call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? Pussy must have been good in Toronto because he clapping his hand about it. He ain't talking about no show. He talking about another type of show. Let's not play these games. All right. Let's go. So the song gonna play, Chopped and Screwed, and then it's gonna get into the interview. Video is choppy. It's not because it's slow. It's not because I put it slow. It's choppy.
What's going on, folks? Nothing better to do. You're now watching the No Judgment Zone. It's me, your boy Blockzilla, and I have an amazing artist who I happened to see in some club a long time ago, and now he's blowing up, touring the world. My man Jesse Boykins III.
You remember.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
It was one of the best shows that I've ever seen in life. I had no clue who this kid was. I saw the pictures of that too.
Right.
What club was that? I know it was like an Apple sticker behind the stage.
Yeah.
And you killed it, got into the audience and was like, oh. So when they saw you had a new joint coming out. I gotta be a part of it. I gotta see it. Congratulations on Love Apparatus.
Thank you.
What has this journey been like for you?
It was in his Saturn return when he did this album.
Well, lost a couple girlfriends.
That's what's up. It's always good. It makes for good music.
Yes, definitely.
Bad in the heart, but
Yeah.
good music. Good heart.
I mean, nah, besides that, everything's been good.
Okay, we're gonna pay attention to something here. Love Apparatus, obvious from the cover. It's an album about heartbreak, about relationships, about divorce, about everything that involves the Three of Swords energy. That's a technically Three of Swords album. And so watch how he answers these questions.
I feel like I'm in a great creative space. Been traveling and heavily inspired and doing a lot of other things other than music that's also inspiring my music more. So it's been producing, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Creating,
absolutely.
for sure.
Now, speaking of creating, you are a creative. I feel like some people are singers, some people are artists. You are creative because with this project, you were telling me that you toured toured the world, not the country, toured the world and interviewed different women.
Yeah.
Can you explain that process for everyone?
Yeah, so I think I was around 23. I had this concept that I wanted to interview women and ask them questions I feel like they never get asked by men. So during the time of writing my album, I ended up coming up with these questions to ask them. So I asked them all the same 9, 10 questions, and it's just from women from the ages of 17 to 65, and it was pretty much like
That documentary was really good too.
every country.
I don't know if I can find
that
it,
you
but it's
could
really, really
think
good.
of that you've never
He asked
heard
these
of.
women, you know what? I need to try to find that. Because he did ask these women, he was like love or lust. He said, no. He said short-term love or long-term lust. And it was interesting to hear the questions he asked these women, as well as how most of these women answered the question. Because I answered long-term wealth. That's my fucking answer. Okay? Because this is V314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. We wising up out here, right? So he did do that. Oh shit, Big Russian Sisters here. This should have been a Divine Feminine class, bro. All right, let's go. Let's just listen a little bit more.
Those women too. So like
Yeah.
places like Bratislava or like women in Warsaw, Poland, and Tokyo, and Italy, and New Guinea, Africa, and South Africa, and just everywhere, France, and a lot of different countries. Canada, Toronto.
I was at Toronto.
Where the holes is at.
Toronto
You hear the tone?
Film
I know why Drake doesn't leave Toronto. That's the first time I'm going to Toronto.
To Toronto right now. Oh my God, that's great. Toronto's amazing.
Yes.
Toronto's amazing. So will you say Toronto's number one on the list when it comes to women?
Nah, I wouldn't even categorize it to just one place though.
Okay.
I haven't even really got to experience Toronto the way that I really need to in order to answer that question.
Yeah, I get it.
He never dated nobody. He never dated a
You know
Toronto
what I
woman to
mean?
get to that capacity to say.
But I am a fan of beauty, period. It doesn't matter what part of the world it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got eyes.
With this album, which one is your favorite joint? Because it's a really, really mellow thing. I just played it. I didn't look at track list. I just played the album, let it rock through. So, like, which one would you say means the most to you, or you really want people to hear first?
I don't know. It depends on what vibe you in, like what period of time in your life you are in. I feel like the album is very eclectic as far as like production goes and music culture goes. You know, there's a Dove track on it.
Anytime you are an artist
and
you are playing the role of an
archetype
as an artist, right? Anytime you're an artist and you're playing the role as an archetype as an artist, especially in the realm of being a singer or any type of anything like that, you are seen as somebody. Even me doing artwork on Love Jones, right? And Rihanna and ASAP and stuff. I got all this love art over here. I never saw it that way, but I'm looking at it now. You are going to be seen as somebody that has the answers to something about love and relationships, whether you are that person or not. That's what you're going to get. And this particular artist, he gets these questions, but he highly, highly avoids these questions. He gets these questions, but he avoids these questions. And I have to say to myself, could it be because he's in a relationship? He don't want to say nothing wrong? Could it be? And I started to realize what was going on at that time and what has been going on at that time and why we cannot or why we felt we could not speak up about things. Yes, Steve Harvey had Act Like a Woman and Think Like a Man, which is not possible, but he wrote the book and it's a great So let's go ahead. I don't want to interrupt it no more. Let's go ahead. Let's dissect it some more.
There's a jungle track on. There's a lot of different vibes from different parts of the world and different scenes and subcultures. So I don't know. To me, my favorite songs, songwriting wise, is "Live in Me" and this other song called "For You to Be Free." Yeah.
What are those songs about?
So "Live in Me" is pretty much about a spiritual connection with a woman. Like, you know, you fall in love, you know, you court first, you take her out on some dates, you spend some money, she tells you what she likes.
See? Pay attention to how he said that. You call her first. You take her out on dates. You spend so money. She tells you what she likes because women talk too much. And boom, he in there. It's little things like this, women. This is pretty much the divine feminine. This is the school of divine feminine, right? The feminine, right? Because we try to get my words together. Pay attention.
Likes and what you tell her what you like, and then all of a sudden you guys are in love, and then you move in, and then after you move in, things get a little boring, and then there's a period of time where it's like, okay, what happens next?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what happens next is we're supposed to become one. So that's what the song's about.
That shit just got real. Okay. So now you said you lost a couple of girlfriends along the way, which again adds to the art. Why did you break up with? Let's say which one did you break up?
It's not even. I feel like you just transition, or you progress, or you acknowledge certain things about yourself that maybe the other person doesn't like. You know what I mean? Or you step to somebody with your flaws and they like, well, I don't feel like handling any of that right now. I'm good on you.
Yeah.
It's ego.
Yeah.
For sure. So majority of the reasoning behind that was ego. You know, me being a man and trying to become more truthful and more honest about my perspectives and how I feel and my emotions, and express that and be vulnerable with someone that's in love with me and
Hold on.
wanting.
Cause he talking bullshit.
He
talking bullshit. Hold on, we got bullshit detector. Bullshit detector. Hold the fuck up. What he say? I went and got some more tea. This nigga say about vulnerability. Cause we already know about men and vulnerability. Let's go.
You just transition, or you progress, or you acknowledge certain things about yourself that maybe the other person doesn't like. You know what I mean? Or you step to somebody with your flaws and they like, well, I don't feel like handling any of that right now. I'm good on you.
Yeah.
It's ego.
Yeah.
For sure. So majority of the reason behind that was ego. You know, me being a man and trying to become more truthful and more honest about my perspectives. And
the problem is, because we're gonna keep it real over here, okay? Can y'all still see it? Problem is, women want men to have emotions like women. And if you want to be lied to, go get you a simp and go get you a better male for that type of lie. But if you want the truth about male's nature, this is the perfect place for you to be. They don't do vulnerability, but you have to understand biologically why that is so in male's nature. Man lives a different type of life and reality that we don't have to live as women. The woman's world and reality that a woman has to live deals with insignificant bullshit. We deal with women who are extremely distractive, women who are hypocrites, women who say don't get married and then she goes get married, women who say she a lesbian and then she got a husband, women who say go date outside your race and then she with the race of people that she told you to stop dating and she wrote a book about it. This is what women have to deal with. We deal with too much distraction. Males deal with consistency, discipline, respect, hierarchy. whatever it is to be a man. As someone who has the nature of hunting, even though we are huntress here, because that's what we're doing right now, he doesn't have the space for vulnerability. He doesn't have the space to have feelings and what he like. That could be life and death for him. He can't do that as a man. And let's not insult the feminists, because the feminists have always been scientists and tell women the nature of males and the nature of the female. The feminist has never been someone to just spew hate for males. That's not true. That's not what it's about. It's an understanding of the nature of ourselves and also understanding the nature of the woman that has been lost. That's what feminism is truly about. It ain't, I just want to make more money than him. We all understand. If you understand males, you understand why you're doing that job of stocking stuff and he's still making $2 more than you, because he's still doing more work than you. Whether you think whatever work, women, there's things and jobs women got that they think that they doing work. They ain't doing no work that the men are doing for real. They really ain't.
How I feel and my emotions, and express that and be vulnerable with someone that's in love with me and wanting a lot of security and all the things that come with relationships.
Air quote. It's annoying, y'all. It's annoying. That's what he's saying, low key. But I'm just saying. I can't speak for this man, but I'm just saying. He put an air quote for relationships because women, hello, the unascended woman. I remember one day, my mother was listening to that album by Mary J. Blige, and it was that song, Give Me You. Mary J. Blige is auntie in every black household, okay? I was playing, it was that song, Give Me You, Give Me You, Give Me All of You, Give Me all your love, give me all your touch. And we know Mary J. Blige is a lesbian, right? Right? Okay. And so Mary J. Blige is singing this song. It's a beautiful song. And so she plays it for her husband. And so the stepdad, he tunes her the fuck out. And she gets mad at him because he's not engaging in this moment of song with her. You know, women misunderstand. This is why the ascended divine feminine woman, she wants to build something that is leverage, right? My divine feminine out there, right? My ascended women out there, right? She wants something that's useful for her. She wants to start season 3 of her script. She wants her director to see her ideas and let's put this together. She wants to build a team with something. She wants to climb in her career ladder and move wise about it. She wants to sit at the table. This is what the ascended woman wants. And when an ascended woman has someone in her life, whether a male or a female, whoever it is, they are just simply a part of her world. That's what they are. Yes, romance is nice. Yes, it's nice that we can hold each other and love each other. But she understands that stuff takes time. She understands that everything takes time because she understands the nature of how male works. Any woman who sits around here and wants love and affection and romance, gift yourself a simp, a better male, or a woman. And that's no shade. That's why women and women relationships is so much romance. It's so much dating. It's so much I traveled across seas to be with you. All this romantic shit. Oh, it's so much I left my state to be with your state and I married you and proposed to you and we're together forever. That's women and women shit. When people are truly in love Men and women, that shit is private. They sit there and they be in love together somewhere else privately. Nobody even know how they got together, the storyline, nothing. Until they decide 10 years later to tell their damn stories, 5 years later to tell a story. So let's go ahead and we're going to really pick apart this part right here. Let's go. Body analysis. He's thinking hard. That's the first thing it tells because his head is tilted. And then he also is being careful with his words. Live to the fantasy of what you think I should be. A lot of women are in a fantasy of what they think the male is. It's not that hard to see what the male is when you really can see what the male is. Look at how he's talking. Can y'all see this? That her mom keeps getting gift the card and she passes it on to her. She's really beautiful. She thinks that the house of her dead is the most. Okay, hold on, my background. Okay, I'm gonna make sure y'all can see this because when I flip over here, it don't seem like it's over here. But look at his facial expressions as he's expressing this. You want me to be, see, this is what they just said, right? Because women need to pay attention to what men be saying. You gotta pay attention to what men be saying, okay? A lot of y'all don't. He just said, and it doesn't make a woman a mammy when she dissects a male psyche like this. Because I can dissect the female psyche the same way. Okay? Let's go. I'm going to tell you right here from the Divine Feminine School. Bitch, if you need somebody to constantly tell you that they love you in a relationship that you're in, you got some serious mommy and daddy issues, boo. I would be leery if I was in a relationship and somebody was telling me they love me all the time. I would be like, what the fuck? Are you really saying you sorry at this point? Are you subconsciously saying that? Because why you gotta tell me you love me all the time? Like why do you need to hear that? Like these type of things, like y'all need to hear the truth. Like that shit is crazy to an ascended woman like me. I've been there. 28. I want flowers. I want romance. Dumb shit. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I needed. I need artists. I needed art supplies. You know what I'm saying? I needed to step myself up with my brand. That's what the fuck I needed to do. That's the romance that I needed to give myself. Not no motherfucking flowers and shit. Girl. Because what he's saying is, a lot of you unascended women, y'all don't know who y'all are. Y'all don't know what y'all want. But y'all have a nerve to criticize. Y'all y'all have a nerve to criticize what I'm doing as a male, when you're not at all looking at how you behave as a female, when you're not looking at all how you are as a female with each other in the world of females. See what that all that is saying all in one? And the undescended woman, she doesn't like to hear this truth. She doesn't want to hear this truth. She has to blame somebody for something, something, something. I don't believe in dates either. I agree with you, Jesse. Mr. Boykins the third, I agree with you. Men are not romantic. Write that down. They're economic. They're hierarchical. They're about leverage. They're about power and ego. That's what men are about. They're not about lobster and pasta. That's for you. And the moment as the ascended woman, excuse me, just sip some tea. And the moment as the ascended woman, the moment that you stand as the divine feminine in his face, and you express shit like, nah, take me to the Writers Guild of America library. Take me on the set of the Hollywood set. Let me see how everything works in the background. Let me go back here and learn how to, you a director. Let me see what you do back there. Let me see how you direct. Let me see how you work. I admire your work ethic. You as the divine feminine, you got something else you care about. If me and you go sit down at the table and eat, what we discussing, what we negotiating together, where we gonna take this? That's your mentality. Because as a divine feminine, you don't give a fuck about likes and dislikes. Motherfuckers, beauty is everywhere. Especially if you're from the city, beauty is everywhere. But that don't mean shit. Charm is everywhere. That don't mean shit. And you begin to learn the importance of leverage, of your own way of wanting power. The ascended woman says, I want to know how it looks to walk into a room with you to sign a contract. Will you be a man that will be respected when I walk through that door with you? Will you be a man that people will be willing to give you a deal and not try to sell you snake oil when I walk through this room with you? That's what the divine feminine does. That's how she thinks. I don't give a fuck about a date. I could take myself out on a date, because you take yourself out on a date, right, divine feminines? I take myself to the seafood spot out here all the time. I get lit. I know people's name. I say hi by their names when I walk through the door. I have a routine. They all know it when I walk through that door. What is it to be alone and take yourself out on a fucking date? What is it to go in the house and make lobster tail and pasta for yourself and watch a Netflix movie or attend a class or whatever it is that you're doing? Your life is already fulfilled, and he is coming to be a part of that. It's as simple as that. That's the mentality of the divine feminine. Let's go. And this is where women get themselves fucked up with males. They feeling things to be what it's not. And women, listen, you cannot, to the undescended woman, you cannot sit here and try to manipulate a man into being with you. That's the worst thing that you can do. It's not going to work out unless he wants to be with you. You don't have to manipulate. If you have to go as far as to manipulate, then that ain't it, baby doll. That ain't it. What reason is a date for? What reason are we sitting down at a table and eating food together? Most men can't even talk and eat at the same time. I always was puzzled about that. Men can't talk and eat, so why are we on dates with them? And so then what is the purpose of this person spending food on you? Somebody can go do that to a homeless person in the street. Somebody can go buy food for a homeless person. So what makes a man going on a date with you? I know that was harsh. That was harsh what I said, I know. But what makes a man going on a date with you so goddamn special and spending money on you for food? What's so special about that? If I knew somebody needed something to eat, I go buy them something to eat. I don't have to know you. Damn. That one hit you to the chest, right? These are the fantasy. These are the Disney princess shit that women keep doing to themselves. That when you're in the present, he's an alpha male. He's telling you the truth about the male's nature. He's telling you that the man is not romantic and lovey-dovey. That's not what it is when he's with you. Let's go. I'm loving it. I'm so good at this. All right, let's go. Let's start. I'm glad I put it slow instead of fast. See, hold on. What happened? I missed it. I was doing something. Hold on. See, see, y'all put yourselves in these fucking situations. Okay. I just want to make sure you caught what he's saying before he continued talking. Let's go. That was the problem. She was manipulating the situation to be a date, and it wasn't a date for him. And see, if a man says to you, "Hey, shorty, it's not a date," then now that nigga got 3 of 8 heads. And because he a man, he gonna let you have your imagination and fantasy. And if you give the pussy up and want to make a freaky shit you think you gonna do to keep him, he gonna let you do that, but you ain't gonna have him. And I don't blame him for that. He's not evil for that. That's his nature. He's a man. And this is what the non-binary shit fucked up with y'all. This is what that non-binary shit caused a fucking separation. And this is why people like me, our voices got snuffed out for saying shit like this. He only did that for y'all bozo bitches. He don't want the alpha male to come out too much and do the bro talk thing. He knows that he's on camera. He did that for y'all, for you bozo bitches. Okay, he just simped a little bit. Look at his face. He don't believe nothing he's saying. That's why he laughing, because he's bullshit. Jesse, you know that was some bullshit. You don't believe none of that what you just said. Let's go. Can y'all see this? Because I see a black screen. Bella, stop jumping like that. The hell wrong with you? That he talking about his show. One thing I do like about who get a chance, especially a male, right? That has a chance of dating internationally, like dating and being with women of all everywhere, right? what is unique to me about that is that that man has, there's no way he has not developed perspective of women, and there's no way he's not seeing the same patterns of certain type of women and how they respond, and there's no way he doesn't know that all women are not the same. If he still lives like that and think all women are the same, we're in trouble, right? And so when it comes to that, right, women have to take responsibility for, let me say this again. For those of us who are the ascended women, we have been the most abused in this whole thing. We have been the ones that have been shut down and pages shut down the most, because we're pushed to be behind the scenes for only a certain group of people to talk to us. And we're pushed on the, we're just pushed at a whole nother level in life from all that we experience. It's just not an easy path for us. It's just really not. And therefore, men don't get to meet us. You know, those divine masculines, those alpha males, they don't get to truly meet us as they need to meet us, because we have gotten so broken down by all the mammies and pygmishas in the room that our light wasn't enough for them to see us. And so because of that, there's been a lot of anger with the divine feminine. There's a lot of maybe even regret in some type of way, whether she wants to accept that word or not. There's been a lot of like, she doesn't want to hate women, but she hates the pygmy and she hates the mammy, and she accepts that she hates her because she knows there's other divine feminines out there, because she have seen them, she witnesses them, she identifies them, right? She knows who they are when they're presented, and she has divine feminine women in her closest circle. And therefore, this is why it's called for us to get on this microphone and talk about things at this level. I don't knock the women who love bomb. They go and they say, you know what, divine feminine, your divine masculine is coming, and this how he gonna love you, and this is what he gonna love about you, and this is what he gonna da 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 da. I don't have a problem with that. But we gotta go into a much deeper conversation about the male psyche. We got to go into a much deeper conversation to even touch into ourselves of, baby, if we decide that we want to go on dates and shit like that, because I'm gonna get into my story in a minute. Let's go ahead and observe and analyze this interview. He keep closing his eyes for me. I like that sweater. That's nasty. Anyway, let's go back. 11 minutes and 25 seconds of wisdom in face about the psyche of the male. 11 minutes and 25 seconds of wisdom in your face about the psyche of the male. Be happy that you found my channel. Be happy that you find even a woman like me out here that exists. Because, you know, when I wised up in life, I said, yo, I just want money. I just want to travel. I wanted all these things. It was leverage. I didn't realize that that's what it was. My business to go up. I wanted so much for my life. I remember this. I remember the person I was with, it felt like they were not trying to meet me there. And that made me so resentful. They just wasn't trying to get there with me. They wasn't trying to ride with me. Wasn't trying to ride with the vision. And time went on. And I felt it was like, I hate men. You know what I'm saying? I hate men and I hate the things that are about this and that. It was kind of on that tip with it. Hate black men. I was on that with it. But it never was like really hate. It was just I was hating something else. And it had to be picked out. So then when I was dating women for the past while I was celibate, and then I was dating women for the past 4 years. And I was dating more masculine women. That's who I was purposely like attracted to, was masculine women. If she was a feminine, like a masculine woman. And so I'm sitting here, I'm dating these women, and I'm going through this journey with it. And finally I say to myself, right? I go, there's something else here. So I start paying attention to things at a level that I have never paid attention to. I started paying attention to things at the capacity of things that I did not pay attention to. Right? And this is when I started to really realize I've spent so much of my times around males. I'm always around men. I was always talking to men. I have spent most of my time dissecting the male brain. All of this stuff. And what happened is I did not even pay attention to what I wasn't seeing about the female species, or what I wasn't seeing about women. I did not pay attention to the ascended woman versus the unascended woman. Even identify her, or how to identify myself. And so as I started to do that, and I started to wake up to myself, what happened is it turned into a thing where I begin to wake up and I begin to see that it, it all is something far more deeper. It's it is all to something else that's far more than what meets the eye. And so that's how I begin to start running down that timeline. And I said, the non-binary, the trans thing, the topic of mental illness and autism and all this type of stuff. This is where we lost something. Because if you try to tell a woman, yeah, that's a trans woman, but that's still a male biologically. When you try to tell a woman, you see these creeps. It was a lot of creeps. It was a lot of these so-called men that was trans and bi and this and that, and they would be with these women, and you can tell, like, oh nah, he's just trying to smash low key. He's just pretending to be what he is. He was being a whole creep. And we saw that. The men who would go into these marches with these women and all this type of stuff, being a whole better simp, a whole creep. And because of this is what causes more and more problems. Here, this man said, a woman took me out and I didn't see it as a date, but she thought it was a date. And he said, did you tell her that? So you did not tell her that. So you didn't tell him that. And then the part that stood out to me the most is when they both agreed that I accept you for who you are, but you couldn't accept me for who I am. You're critiquing me for who I am, but you couldn't accept, but I accepted you for who you are. A lot of women are guilty of that part. Because there's something deeper going on with that. There's a mommy issue, there's a daddy issue that you're projecting onto him. You are your fantasy of what you thought he was, and then when you see who this man is, you don't like it, and so you try to make it back to your fantasy. Women are very guilty of that too. But how many women are going to admit to that part of themselves? One thing I understand is I do have an imagination. And one thing I do understand is that I have fallen into the idea of what I thought somebody was and not who they are. And that extended even into my life. And so I had to lose the idea of what I thought somebody was and accept who and what the fuck they are. I had to accept that. And, you know, the times are gone for women blaming men for shit. The times are gone for that. Because now the divine feminine is speaking. The divine feminine woman is speaking up about your jealousy and your envy, about your spiteful behavior towards other women, about how you are hindering other women's lives with your foolishness and your childishness. A lot of women are now speaking up about male's nature and telling women to take responsibility for what part they're playing and why males are the way that they are, do what they do. And a lot of the divine feminine, the ascended woman is saying, oh, sweetheart, your experiences is a reflection of what's going on inside of you, because we see so many of y'all who date men and get abused and go through cheating, and you go and be with a woman who go be with a stud and you get abused and you go through cheating. And it don't be nothing different because there's something with yourself that you're not facing. There are women out here, they got an aura of you just want to knock them upside their motherfucking head. That's a bitch that got mommy issues. They have mommy issues, daddy issues. And you just get a fuck away from them bitches. It's so many women at that job I was at, they lost their mothers very young. Every fucking last one of them lost their mamas young. I said, what the fuck? And that seems to be, and I think that's my moon and Pluto, my moon conjuncting Pluto, because the moon is the mother. I think that that's that aspect. But I was like, I'm tired of that reflection. I don't want this no more. I need to be around women who have great relationships with their mothers the way I have with my daughter. I need to be around women who love their mothers to pieces. When they talk about their mother, they cry about it. I need to see people like that. I don't want this reflection no more. And so it's that type of thing that will cause you to do the proper inner work that you need to do in order to manifest that thing that you say that you truly want for yourself, or that you say you truly need for yourself. I want to get back to a part here, and I want to um I'm gonna look for something while y'all listen to this, all right? I'm gonna get I'm gonna play the part of when men actually fall in love. I want to go ahead and play that. I'm gonna have to change the title of this show, bro. I don't know if I can. I don't like dates. Can I tell y'all that? I don't like dates. The last time, like, I'm gonna tell y'all honestly, for the last 2 years of my life, since I've hit 40 years old, I do not have the same perception about dating, love, and romance. It has it is the death card over here. It's not the same at all. I don't like dates. I don't like the feeling of an interview. I don't like the feeling of like if I sit down with you at a table, if we're not chilling and having a good time. You know what's funny? It hit me now. I had went on a few stories with Trey. I know who Trey is. And so somebody was like, when I went live on the app, they were like, "Oh, she been going out on the date, her and Trey and this, that, and the third. She with somebody." And I'm like, "Nah, bro, I'm seeing a motherfucking dollar bill. What you mean?" They're like, "What? We thought we saw y'all going out together. Y'all be hanging out together. Y'all be doing stuff together." I'm like, "Nah, that's my homie. We hang out." And that's the delusion of the woman. She just assumed that that was a fucking date because we were sitting down eating together. She assumed that was a date because we went to the adult store together. You see how women think? And that right there, all of this filling in a whole Disney story before just asking somebody what this is, or like just having the compass to know. You're not going to, first of all, I've learned this too. You're not going to do certain things and entertain certain ways because if you live a certain lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? If you want to feed me so bad, just order me a Uber Eats. Goddamn, is that serious? Like, that's what my mind's, I'm being dead ass. That's what my mindset is at with this shit, because it's like, it's too low brained, it's too childish, it's not speaking in a space of elevation. I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to hear women that want to talk about how to get money, how to get your first million. I don't even listen to those women. The women who write the books, though, I listen to them. I do get their books. But I don't want to hear those women. Because something in me, like, bitch, you want to be loved. You just want to talk about your, somewhere down the line in this conversation, bitch, we about to hear about romance or some bullshit. Because, bitch, that's what you really want. I see your background. And so that is what it has come to in my, but this is just me, okay? And my mindset has shifted to a place of, what are we going on a date for? What are we negotiating? What are you trying to know about me? What do you want to know about me? What do you think I am when you see me? That's the kind of shit I want to know. What kind of leverage do you add to my life, and what do I add to yours? It's like you're talking business, and that's how the mindset begins to build when you get out of this female emotional shit, because you can't do it when you just go into your energy and just go into the huntress energy, which is your masculine energy, and you can pull away from these delusions. Let's go. All right, let's just get to it. As a female huntress, right? Okay. I got this video I'm going to play by gal. Okay. And then I got the next video I'm going to play. We at the top of the hour. Let's go. So this one is what men actually fall in love with will shock you. So I've never watched this one. So I want to go ahead and play this one and we're going to talk about it. Let's go. See, now my computer running. See, as soon as I turn the cold air on, now my computer running smooth. That's that bullshit. Damn, what the fuck is going on, bro? And he falls in love with the version of, and he hates the version of himself that he comes with you. The audio isn't playing? Hold on. Thank you for telling me that. Hold on. Let me refresh. I'm going to have to start it over. Can you just give me a 1 if you hear it? All right. Give me a moment. I have to make my house cold. Just so my fucking electronics work properly. That's why when you work in an office, everything's cold. Because, you know, the electronics, they need cold weather. Like, everything is running smoothly now, bro. Like, literally. Because it keeps blacking out. See, why does it keep doing this dumb layout shit? I don't like this layout. That's retarded. Who wants a layout like that? Okay, that layout is fine. Let me try again. This one is called What Men Actually Fall in Love With Will Shock You. Let's go.
Come here. Sit, breathe. Let big sister talk before you go texting some man something unhinged. You click this video because the title offended you. Good. That means your intuition knows something you were taught is bullshit. Today I'm telling you what men actually fall in love with. And yes, it will shock you. Not because it's mysterious, but because it's the opposite of what magazines, TikTok witches, and your well-meaning but delusional friends told you. I am Russian woman. My English is good, not perfect. But men I understand like weather. I've watched them freeze, melt, run, chase, pretend, and cry in silence. And I'm here as your big sis, not to coddle you, but to stop you from breaking your own heart. Repeatedly while calling it hope. In this video, I'm going to lovingly ruin some fantasies. I'm going to explain why being hotter, nicer, smarter, or more emotionally available did not make him fall in love. I'll tell you what actually does. You will laugh, you might say fuck out loud, and by the end, you'll feel calmer, stronger, and way less desperate for male validation. That's the promise. Before we start, do the responsible thing. Like this video. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss when Big Sister shows up again to save you from yourself. Okay, good girl. Now we talk. Here's the first truth that hurts. Men do not fall in love with effort the way women do. You think love is built by showing up more, caring more, forgiving more, understanding more. Men do not bond through sacrifice. They bond through how they feel about themselves around you. Read that again, slowly in your soul. A man falls in love with the version of himself he becomes when he's with you. Not how much you give, not how much you tolerate, not how hard you try. This is why women who do everything right often get left, while women who seem less invested get chased. It's not injustice, it's psychology. Let me give you a movie example, because stories make it sink in. Think about Titanic. Everyone cries over Jack and Rose, but let's be honest. Rose didn't fall in love because Jack worshipped her. She fell in love because with Jack she felt alive, chosen, rebellious, free. Jack didn't try to save her emotionally. He invited her into a feeling. That's what men respond to too. Not lectures, not pressure, feeling. Men fall in love with emotional atmosphere, not emotional labor. This is where many of you fuck up. You think being wife material means proving reliability early. Cooking, listening, planning, adapting, mothering. Congratulations, you became comfort. Comfort is not romance. Comfort is furniture. Men don't fall in love with couch. They sit on it. Now pause here, because this connects perfectly to our last video, 48 Laws of Power, what every woman needs to know. If you haven't watched it, you need to, because power and attraction are married. When you give power away too early, attraction dies quietly. Watch that video after this. Better yet, binge the Big Sister playlist. We built it so each video upgrades your nervous system a little more. Back to men. Men fall in love with women who are emotionally self-contained. Not cold, not unavailable, self-contained. A woman who enjoys him but does not need him to regulate her emotions. A woman who can miss him without chasing. A woman who can feel hurt without begging. That calm strength? That is catnip. This is why men often fall harder for women who don't overreact. Not because they don't care, but because they show emotional discipline. Men admire discipline. They live in hierarchy and consequence mentally. When a woman shows self-control, he feels respect. And respect is the foundation of love for men. Now, middle of video, big sister interruption. If you want to go deeper into how men decide which woman becomes special and which becomes fun for now, go watch our Patreon video, How Men Decide You're Different from the Others. It explains the mental sorting process men do early on. This video right now tells you what men fall in love with emotionally. That Patreon video explains how they categorize you. Link is there. Also, if you're sitting there thinking, oh my god, I see my pattern, and you want help breaking it, we do one-on-one coaching. The link is in the description and pinned comment. This is not generic advice. This is tailored to you so you stop dating the same man in different bodies. Back to the truth. Men fall in love with women who allow them to lead without surrendering themselves. This is delicate balance women misunderstand. You don't dominate him. You don't submit blindly. You allow him to invest, decide, pursue, while you remain grounded in your own life. That polarity creates attraction. When you try to control outcomes, plan commitment, force clarity, you kill the chase. Another uncomfortable truth. Men fall in love with women who are not always available, not because they enjoy suffering, because availability signals value. Scarcity is not manipulation, it's self-respect. When your life is full, your attention is meaningful. When you're always free, your presence feels cheap. And please stop thinking men fall in love with potential. Women love potential. Men love reality. They fall in love with how you show up consistently, not who you might become if he just waits long enough. This is where humor comes in because some of you are exhausting yourselves trying to be the cool girl. You pretend not to care. You pretend you're fine with situationships. You swallow discomfort and call it chill. Men don't fall in love with fake chill. They feel the resentment underneath, and resentment poisons connection. Men fall in love with women who are honest with themselves first, who don't abandon their standards to keep a man, who can say no without speech, who can walk away without drama. That quiet self-trust is magnetic. Toward the end here, I want you to comment something. Answer honestly. What do you think men fall in love with now after hearing this? Or what illusion did you believe before? Write it. Other women need to see they're not crazy. Also reminder again because algorithm is needy. Like, subscribe, hit notification bell. You want these lessons before you spiral, not after.
So here, let's dissect. Number one, the mammies and the pygmishas was teaching women to make themselves absolutely available to the male species. Okay. I want you to know too, for women who date women, this is not excluded from you. Okay. Because the masculine woman displays these same type of behaviors because she's very, very in her masculine energy, and she displays these same type of behaviors. Okay, so let's just go. The pygmisha and the mammy got on the camera and said, be submissive, cook and clean, do all these things for him, right? Make his plate first. That dumb shit. Like as if he's a child. The mammy said, this is why you don't have a man, because you're too masculine. You need to be in your feminine energy and all this type of stuff. It goes on and on what the mammies have said, right? And that still did not work out because you would think these mammies and pygmishas will be in the best relationships and marriages, and they are not. Every mammy and pygmisha I have ever known got some dude in their life that has been lingering. A lot of mammies and pygmishas are with women too. And they have people in their life that are just lingering, or they're literally waiting around for someone who's with somebody who will never be with them, or someone who's their friend to be with them. That's the typical life of a pygmisha and a mammy. And if she is in a relationship in or marriage, it's atrocious. and she's lying to everybody about it. Okay? I just want to put that out. Let's go.
Something you were taught is bullshit. Today I'm telling you what men actually fall in love with. And yes, it will shock you. Not because it's mysterious, but because it's the opposite of what magazines, TikTok witches, and your well-meaning but delusional friends told you. I am Russian woman. My English is good, not perfect. But men I understand like weather. I've watched them freeze, melt, run, chase, pretend, and cry in silence.
Bars. Y'all know I be stealing these punchlines, bro. I be stealing these punchlines. I understand men like weather. I like that shit. Okay, let's go.
And I'm here as your big sister, not to coddle you, but to stop you from breaking your own heart, repeatedly while calling it hope. In this video, I'm going to lovingly ruin some fantasies. I'm going to explain why being hotter, nicer, smarter, or more emotionally available did not make him fall in love. I'll tell you what actually does. You will laugh, you might say fuck out loud, and by the end, you'll feel calmer, stronger, and way less desperate for male validation. That's the promise. Before we start, do the responsible thing. Like this video. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss when Big Sister shows up again to save you from yourself. Okay, good girl. Now we talk. Here's the first truth that hurts. Men do not fall in love with effort the way women do. You think love is built by showing up more, caring more, forgiving more, understanding more. Men do not bond through sacrifice. They bond through how they feel about themselves around you. Read that again slowly in your soul. A man falls in love with the version of himself he becomes when he's with you. Not how much you tolerate. Not how hard you try. This is why women who do everything right often get left. While women who
when you are a woman with depth, when you are a meaningful woman, that's what he's falling in love with. That's the part of you energetically. That's where you get what I'm saying? But you as the feminine entity, you have to have that love for yourself and knowing for yourself. Because this is why when you become more wise, you don't make yourself so accessible. You don't fall into the feeling of whatever feeling that is. You accept whatever that feeling is, but you take your time with that feeling. You take your time with what you want to get to know. You want that to be meaningful. The time that I'm getting to know you is going to be meaningful. And you're worthy of somebody that I want to get to know on that capacity.
they bond through how they feel about themselves around you. Read that again slowly in your soul. A man falls in love with the version of himself he becomes when he's with you. Not how much you give, not how much you tolerate, not how hard you try. This is why women who do everything right often get left, while women...
When we see women, I can admit to my own life story. This is why I'm going to talk about it. When we see women who are in relationships that become atrocious or abusive, and we see what kind of women they are, we can, if you just pay attention, can we just, I'm going to start with the most recent one. Calais and Megan. Calais couldn't even be in public with Megan and not look a little embarrassed by the way she was carrying on. Calais was getting cameras thrown in his face every time she was cooking that horrible food. I'm going to say it, she reduced him down. Okay? By him being around her, it did not create anything upward for his life, and he was not going to benefit marrying her either, at all whatsoever. And so when you look at these type of things, take these things and make note and study. There's so much couples that are out there that are divorcing right now, and there's a lot of stuff going on that you can study. And I would love to hear in the comment section, who are your people of study, or from what you just heard here, what did you learn? Or you don't have to put yourself in it, because I could tell you a lot with myself. But this particular part right here is more about the woman's real true self-love for herself, and knowing who she is, and also knowing what she brings when he becomes a part of something with her, because she knows what she is. Do you get what I'm saying? Megan thought she was something, but whatever she thought she wasn't that for him.
Women who seem less invested get chased. It's not injustice, it's psychology. Let me give you a movie example, because stories make it sink in. Think about Titanic. Everyone cries over Jack and Rose, but let's be honest. Rose didn't fall in love because Jack worshipped her. She fell in love because with Jack she felt alive, chosen, rebellious, free. Jack didn't try to save her emotionally. He invited her into a feeling. That's what men respond to too. Not lectures, not pressure, feeling. Men fall in love with emotional atmosphere, not emotional labor. This is where many of you fuck up. You think being wife material means proving reliability early. Cooking, listening, planning, adapting, mothering. Congratulations, you became comfort. Comfort is not romance. Comfort is furniture. Men don't fall in love with couch. They sit on it. Now pause here, because this connects perfectly to our last video, 48 Laws of Power, what every woman needs to know. If you haven't watched it, you need to, because power and attraction are married. When you give power away too early, attraction dies quietly. Watch that video after this. Better yet, binge the Big Sister playlist. We built it so each video upgrades your nervous system a little more. Back to men. Men fall in love with women who are emotionally self-contained. Not cold, not unavailable, self-contained. A woman who enjoys him but does not need him to regulate her emotions. A woman who can miss him without chasing. A woman who can feel hurt without begging. That calm strength, that is catnip. This is why men often fall harder for women who don't overreact. Not because they don't care, but because they show emotional discipline. Men admire discipline. They live in hierarchy and consequence mentally. When a woman shows self-control, he feels respect. And
Listen, I have noticed that when women are in a relationship with a guy, they result to turning into like a teenager, right? The women I have seen lately. And they'd be like, oh, this is my boyfriend. Oh, this is my honey. You know what I'm saying? And even if you would a woman with a woman, oh, this is my girlfriend and my baby daddy and my ex. And there's this very childlike way that I see women carry on relationships. And if you're not careful, you will carry on relationships the same type of way. And so because of that, this is where a lot of women get caught up in the crossfire of things, right? Because what you're learning here is to how to have a relationship with human beings on this planet, especially the male species, like an adult.
Respect is the foundation of love for men. Now, middle of video, Big Sister interruption. If you want to go deeper into how decide which woman becomes special and which becomes fun for now, go watch our Patreon video, How Men Decide You're Different from the Others. It explains the mental sorting process men do early on. This video right now tells you what men fall in love with emotionally. That Patreon video explains how they categorize you. Link is there. Also, if you're sitting there thinking, oh my god, I see my pattern, and you want help breaking it, we do one-on-one coaching. The link is in the description and pinned comment. This is not generic advice. This is tailored to you so you stop dating the same man in different bodies. Back to the truth. Men fall in love with women who allow them to lead without surrendering themselves. This is delicate balance women misunderstand. You don't dominate him. You don't submit blindly. You allow him to invest, decide, pursue, while you remain grounded in your own life. That polarity creates attraction. When you try to control outcomes, plan commitment, force clarity, you kill the chase. Another uncomfortable truth: men fall in love with women who are not always available, not because they enjoy suffering, because availability signals value. Scarcity is not manipulation, it's self-respect. When your life is full, your attention is meaningful. When you're always free, your presence feels cheap. And please stop thinking men fall in love with potential. Women love potential. Men love reality. They fall in love with how you show up consistently, not who you might become if he just waits long enough. This is where humor comes in, because some of you are exhausting yourselves trying to be the cool girl. You pretend not to care. You pretend you're fine with situationships. You swallow discomfort and call it chill. Men don't fall in love with fake chill. They feel the resentment underneath, and resentment poisons connection. Men fall in love with women who are honest with themselves first, who don't abandon their standards to keep a man, who can say no without speech, who can walk away without drama. That quiet self-trust is magnetic. Toward the end here, I want you to comment something. Answer honestly. What do you think men fall in love with now after hearing this? Or what illusion did you believe before? Write it. Other women need to see they're not crazy. Also, reminder again, because algorithm is needy. Like, subscribe, hit notification bell. You want these lessons before you spiral, not after. Now, homework, because love without action is fantasy. This week, observe yourself around men. Notice where you overgive to secure connection. Don't change it yet, just notice. Awareness is step one. Then choose one boundary you've been afraid to enforce. Enforce it calmly. No speech, no apology, just action. Also write one page answering this question. Who am I when I'm not trying to be chosen? Sit with it. It's powerful. Now pep talk, because big sister never leaves you cracked open. You are not hard to love. You were just taught to perform instead of be. Men who can love deeply are drawn to women who are rooted, not frantic.
And this is like, that is exactly what these mammies and pick-me's was teaching us, was to perform for a man. And the woman who was herself and who uniquely was herself with the man, everybody tried to make it seem like she was a problem. And it was just all of this stuff. It reminds me on TikTok, the girl who said, I don't understand the girl who had the animal tail up her butt in high school. She's married with a good husband and children and having the best life, and I'm sitting here single. And it's like, goofy bitch, because that's the problem right there, because first of all, you're comparing yourself to somebody's life that you don't compare to, and then on top of that, you're not looking at yourself. And that's the problem with women. I watch women copy me at a job, from the contacts I was wearing, from the way that I walk, to the way that I wore leggings, tight leggings under my clothes. And some things they just couldn't duplicate, so they tried to come at, but it didn't work. And so all of these different things with these women, or especially when I wore the makeup and stuff like that, I didn't even realize. It's so wild, because when I was talking to my homie, she was like, shorty mad because when she wear makeup, she don't get that attention. And I was like, well, that bitch wear makeup? And she started cracking up, because I was like, I didn't realize shorty wear makeup until she said. I was like, oh shit, shorty do be having on makeup. I didn't know that. And so I realized that she was coming for me too. And so I noticed women's issue is that she's always looking outside of herself. She's always pointing in everybody else. One thing Dr. York did have right is he said that the men's problem is the battle inside himself. The woman's problem is what's outside of herself. He's very right about that. And so women are always looking around. Who she got in her arms? Who she with? What kind of man she like? What kind of car she drive? Oh, she don't have a car. Oh, look how she wear her nails and da da da. Women are always looking at these insignificant things. And this is why when you get involved with a male and you're trying to critique him, he comes for your neck because he looking at you like, bitch, you cannot dare have talk about me when I accept all your flaws, all your insecurities, all your doubts, all the people you worry about all the time, the women that you're constantly jealous of that I see all this shit with you. How dare you? And so a lot of these women do not understand that, especially for the undescended women or women who, we were taught to be that way. And when we break out of being that way, you see what I'm saying? I watch this. I'm like, why these bitches couldn't think to wear their own contacts? Bitch, why couldn't you think to wear your own nails your own kind of way? Bitch, why couldn't you just do your own fucking walk, bitch? Why are you literally trying to take who I am and be a carbon copy of me? And because you can't, you're trying to criticize what you can't be when it comes to me. And so this is that insignificant shit that happens to women. And this is why those type of women go through what they go through in a relationship. We had A$AP Rocky and Riri in the limo arguing with each other. And we can see that it was an intense argument because we see Riri's face. And he was saying to her, a lot of the lip readers was reading his mouth. Okay? And girl,
you don't need to become colder. You need to become clearer. Your softness is strength when it's protected. Go watch the 48 Laws of Power, What Every Woman Needs to Know video next. Then dive into the Big Sister playlist. Let it rewire you gently. You are magnetic when you are yourself, disciplined, joyful, and selective. And the right men feel that without you explaining a damn thing. Big Sister is proud of you. Now go be calm, radiant, and unavailable to bullshit. Welcome to your Russian Big Sister. On this website, you can choose between different coaching options depending on how deep your situation is and how fast you want me to respond. I answer every single question myself. No assistant, no copy-paste nonsense. Just me, my brain, and your situation. Because many of you are asking questions at the same time, I usually respond within 2 to 3 days. I don't disappear. I don't ghost, and if for some reason I take longer than that, you get a refund. Simple. I'm Russian, not shady. To purchase coaching, you click Ask Me Your Question. You write your situation, don't hold back, don't be dramatic, just be honest. Then you go to the cart in the top right corner, check out, and you're done. After that, I take it from there. Now let me explain the options. So you choose what actually fits you instead of wasting money. If you want something quick and direct, there is Quick Answer for $35. This is one short written response to one question. Straight.
All right, let's go. I just want to watch this one, How Men Interpret a Woman Who Never Gets Jealous.
All right, my beautiful chaotic daughters, come closer. Sit. I see you already smiling nervous because you know this topic is about to poke you right in the ego. Good. That means we are exactly where we need to be. I am Russian woman. My English is good, not perfect, but my understanding of men is very, very sharp. And today Big Sister is explaining something you keep getting wrong while pretending you don't care. Topic is how men interpret a woman who never gets jealous. Not what you think it means, not what Instagram coaches tell you, what it actually does inside a man's head when you stay calm and unbothered. In this video, I will tell you when never jealous makes you powerful, when it makes you invisible, and when it makes a man spiral while acting like he doesn't give a damn. I will be loving, I will be sarcastic, and yes, I will curse a little, because some of you need verbal slap, not affirmation candle. First, let's clear the fairy dust. Women are told jealousy is insecure, and cool girls never feel it. Bullshit. Jealousy is human emotion. Men know this. When you never show any jealousy, men don't think, wow, she is evolved goddess. They think something very specific, and it depends on context. If man is emotionally invested in you, your lack of jealousy confuses him. It scratches his brain. He starts wondering, does she trust me? Does she not care? Does she have better options? Is she hiding something? Am I more invested than she is? Men are territorial by nature. They want to feel chosen, not controlled. Chosen. When there is zero
I had a man I was intimate with. And after the intimacy, for our first time, he showed me a picture of one of the women from work, some big booty chick with her, no, excuse me. He showed me a picture of one of the women from work with a big old booty, and she was squatted down. She had sat next to me that day at work. This was prior to anything happening. After everything happened, he was like, it's not gonna get weird between us at work. It's not gonna get weird, right? So I was like, you need to be worried about that big booty one at work. You need to be worried about her, not me. And I remember saying that because it was funny that he showed me her. And then I'm like, shit, dude, she the one you need to worry about. I ain't the one you need to be worried about.
jealousy ever, some men feel unneeded, and unneeded is not sexy to masculine ego. Now, if man is not invested in you, your lack of jealousy does not make you mysterious. It makes you background furniture. He thinks, cool, she doesn't care, easy. That is not power. That is absence. This is where many of you fuck up. You think emotional neutrality is always high value? No. Emotional intelligence is high value. Knowing when to show a reaction and when not to is power. Emotional flatline is not power. It is numb. Let me tell you a movie story because cinema explains men better than psychology books. Remember Gone Girl? Yes, crazy movie, calm down. Amy is extreme, but watch how Nick reacts to her emotional control. She is never jealous in obvious way. She is composed, observant, quiet. That calm terrifies him more than screaming ever could. Why? Because her emotional restraint signals intelligence, self-control, and capacity for strategy. Men fear women who see clearly and don't panic. Now listen carefully. Amy is not role model. She is psychopath. Don't poison husband, okay? But lesson stands. Men pay attention when woman does not react impulsively. They respect composure, not apathy. Here is red pill truth as your big sister. Men test women unconsciously. They mention other women. They tell little stories. They watch your eyes, your posture, your breath. If you explode, they think you're insecure. If you smile politely and don't give a fuck, they think you're replaceable. The sweet spot is calm confidence with boundaries. A man wants to know you care without you trying to control. When you never get jealous, some men interpret it as you already emotionally checked out. And no man wants to fight for a woman who acts like she already packed bags emotionally. Now pause here. Mid-video. If this is hitting you and you're like, shit, that explains a lot. Do me favor. Like this video. Subscribe to channel. Hit notification bell so you don't miss next big sister lecture. Comment later, I will ask you question. Algorithm needs engagement like Russian winter needs vodka. Also right now is good time to tell you, go to Patreon and watch our latest video how men decide you're different from the others. This video explains exactly how men categorize women mentally. This ties perfectly with jealousy, emotional reaction, and why some women are taken seriously and others are just vibes. Link is there. Okay, back to business. Men interpret jealousy as signal of investment. Not screaming, not accusations, not interrogations. That shit is repulsive. But subtle jealousy, like raised eyebrow, like playful, oh really, like quiet withdrawal when line is crossed, tells man you value yourself and the connection. When woman never reacts, never questions, never shifts energy, men often assume she is either emotionally unavailable or has many options and doesn't care which one he is. Either way, he relaxes. And when men relax too much, effort dies. Now I will say something controversial. Some of you use I don't get jealous as armor. You think it protects you from looking needy, but men don't fall in love with armor. They fall in love with women who are warm but not weak. Jealousy is not about fear of loss. It's about preference. I prefer you. I don't own you, but I notice. That nuance matters. This is why in our last video, Why Men Become Generous Only with Certain Women, I talked about emotional feedback loops. Men invest more when they feel their presence changes your emotional world in a healthy way. If nothing touches you, they stop investing. Go watch that video after this. It will click something painful but useful. Now, coaching moment. If you're confused about how to balance calm confidence and emotional presence, this is exactly what we do in one-on-one coaching. Link is in description and pinned comment. This is not about manipulation. This is about understanding male psychology so you stop sabotaging yourself by trying to be cool girl. Let me be clear. Never getting jealous does not make you superior. It makes you unreadable. And unreadable women attract curiosity only if there is already attraction. Without attraction, unreadable just means irrelevant. Men interpret a woman.
What have we learned in class? Okay. What we have learned is that, number one, take your time. There is literally no rush. Okay. If it's important for you to get to know this person, take your time. Right? That's number one. It's also, I'm going to tell you as a huntress, observe them. If you feel like you like somebody, observe them. I was talking to my homie. I was like, yo, I want to put this into practice. Like, I want to really start walking outside, see who approaches me, what they want, talk to them, see what they want to talk to me about on the phone, right? Or text about, right? See how often they text or how they respond if I don't text or if I don't call. Like, I want to put this shit into practice so I can just write about it. And I say all that to say that if you like somebody and you're interested in them like that, then observe them and study them and watch them. What is it about them that you like? What a part of this person, what do you feel in the presence or the energetic presence of this person that makes you like them? You have to tell yourself these truths, because by telling yourself these truths, that may be where you can crack if you are stuck in the idea of what you want them to be for you versus who they truly are. And do you have the capacity to intuitively tap in enough to see who somebody for who they truly are? All right, let's go.
Woman who never gets jealous in 3 main emotional ways. But I won't list, don't panic. I'll explain like story. First way. He thinks she is emotionally mature and trusts him. This happens when you already have strong bond, intimacy, consistency. In this case, your calm actually deepens respect. He thinks, she sees me, she's secure, I don't want to fuck this up. This is good. Second way. He thinks she doesn't care that much. This happens early or when investment is uneven. He thinks, cool, low maintenance. Translation, low effort required. Dangerous for you. Third way. He thinks she has options he doesn't know about. This triggers competitiveness. This only works if you genuinely have life, boundaries, and presence, not fake scarcity. Men smell fake scarcity like spoiled milk. So when women brag, I never get jealous, I cringe. That's like saying, I never feel hunger. Congratulations, robot. Feelings are not weakness. Uncontrolled feelings are weakness. Now here is part I say as your big sister, not coach. Stop trying to be emotionally impressive. Be emotionally honest but regulated. If something bothers you, you don't explode. You note it, you shift, you don't lecture. Men understand energy shifts more than words. Now towards end I promised question. I want you to comment this. Have you ever had a man lose interest when you were too unbothered? Or did he chase more? Tell me which one. This helps algorithm and helps other women see patterns. Also before end, remember to subscribe and hit notification bell. Family stays together here. Now pep talk because some of you feel attacked and I don't want you crying into wine. You are not wrong for wanting to feel secure. You are not wrong for wanting to be chosen. You don't need to perform indifference to be high value. High value is being able to feel and not lose yourself. Men don't want women who never get jealous. They want women who don't lose their shit. Big difference. You are allowed to care. You are allowed to notice. You are allowed to respond. Just don't chase. Don't beg. Don't monitor like FBI. Homework time. Yes, homework because Big Sister doesn't just talk. This week, pay attention to your emotional reactions. When you feel jealousy, don't suppress it and don't vomit it. Sit with it. Ask yourself what boundary is being touched. Then practice expressing that boundary calmly once, without apology, without accusation. Also, journal one page answering this. Do I confuse emotional absence with strength? Be honest. No one will see it. And final thing. Go binge watch our Big Sister playlist. We made it so you don't embarrass family and dating world. Watch it like series. Each video builds on last. You are not too much, you are not cold, you are learning balance. And balance is sexy. Go be dangerous but warm. Welcome to your Russian Big Sister. On this website you can choose between
I like the way she does that. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. 40 Laws of Power, what every woman needs to know. Wait. Let's dissect this. How do men interpret when you do not get jealous? Let's go back. Before
about
we
to
get to the
poke
40
you
Laws
right
of
in the
Power.
ego. Good. That means we are exactly where we need to be. I am Russian woman. My English is good, not perfect, but my understanding of men is very, very sharp. And today Big Sister is explaining something you keep getting wrong while pretending you don't care. Topic is how men interpret a woman who never gets jealous. Not what you think it means, not what Instagram coaches tell you, what it actually does inside a man's head when you stay calm and unbothered. In this video, I will tell you when never jealous makes you powerful, when it makes you invisible, and when it makes a man spiral quietly while acting like he doesn't give a damn. I will be loving, I will be sarcastic, and yes, I will curse a little, because some of you need verbal slap, not affirmation candle. First, let's clear the fairy dust. Women are told jealousy is insecure, and cool girls never feel it. Bullshit. Jealousy is human emotion. Men know this. When you never show any jealousy, men don't think, wow, she is evolved goddess. They think something very specific, and it depends on context. If man is emotionally invested in you, your lack of jealousy confuses him. It scratches his brain. He starts wondering, does she trust me? Does she not care? Does she have better options? Is she hiding something? Am I more invested than she is? Men are territorial by nature. They want to feel chosen, not controlled. Chosen. When there is zero jealousy ever, some men feel unneeded, and unneeded is not sexy to masculine ego. Now, if man is not invested in you, your lack of jealousy does not make you mysterious. It makes you background furniture. He thinks, cool, she doesn't care, easy. That is not power. That is absence. This is where many of you fuck up. You think emotional neutrality is always high value? No. Emotional intelligence is high value. Knowing when to show a reaction and when not to is power. Emotional flatline is not power. It is numb. Let me tell you a movie story because cinema explains men better than psychology books. Remember Gone Girl? Yes, crazy movie, calm down. Amy is extreme, but watch how Nick reacts to her emotional control. She is never jealous in obvious way. She is composed, observant, quiet. That calm terrifies him more than screaming ever could. Why?
When I have the person that I observe, right, in the background, I find myself, if I do feel jealousy, if I do feel it, I realize the jealousy I feel is because that woman has access to him, right? In a way that I don't have access to him. And so then a part of me feels like maybe she knows something more about him than I know it. You get what I'm saying? And this is just my own personal testing I do in the background. And so I have to sit down and journal what about that causes jealousy. You see what I'm saying? I have to dig into that. So I see what she's saying because still women who are denied. I mean, I had a neighbor tell me something. I don't understand jealousy, but yet she was jealous of me. You see what I'm saying? Crazy.
Because her emotional restraint signals intelligence, self-control, and capacity for strategy. Men fear women who see clearly and don't panic. Now listen carefully. Amy is not role model. She is psychopath. Don't poison husband, okay? But lesson stands. Men pay attention when woman does not react impulsively. They respect composure, not apathy. Here is red-pilled truth as your big sister.
Let's go.
Men test women unconsciously. They mention other women. They tell little stories. They watch your eyes, your posture, your breath. If you explode, they think you're insecure. If you smile politely and don't give a fuck, they think you're replaceable. The sweet spot is calm confidence with boundaries. A man wants to know you care without you trying to control. When you never get jealous, some men interpret it as you already emotionally checked out. And no man wants to fight for a woman who acts like she already packed bags emotionally. Now pause here. Mid-video. If this is hitting you and you're like, shit, that explains a lot. Do me favor. Like this video. Subscribe to channel. Hit notification bell so you don't miss next big sister lecture. Comment later, I will ask you question. Algorithm needs engagement, like Russian winter needs vodka. Also right now is good time to tell you, go to Patreon and watch our latest video, how men decide you're different from the others. This video explains exactly how men categorize women mentally. This ties perfectly with jealousy, emotional reaction, and why some women are taken seriously and others are just vibes. Link is there. Okay, back to business. Men interpret jealousy as signal of investment. Not screaming, not accusations, not interrogations. That shit is repulsive. But subtle jealousy, like raised eyebrow, like playful, oh really, like quiet withdrawal when line is crossed, tells man you value yourself and the connection. When woman never reacts, never questions, never shifts energy, men often assume she is either emotionally unavailable or has many options and doesn't care which one he is. Either way, he relaxes. And when men relax too much, effort dies. Now I will say something controversial. Some of you use, I don't get jealous as armor. You think it protects you from looking needy, but men don't fall in love with armor. They fall in love with women who are warm but not weak. Jealousy is not about fear of loss. It's about preference. I prefer you, I don't own you, but I notice. That nuance matters. This is why in our last video, why men become generous only with certain women, I talked about emotional feedback loops. Men invest more when they feel their presence changes your emotional world in a healthy way. If nothing touches you, they stop investing. Go watch that video after this. It will click something painful but useful. Now, coaching moment. If you're confused about how to balance calm confidence and emotional presence, this is exactly what we do in one-on-one coaching. Link is in description and pinned comment. This is not about manipulation. This is about understanding male psychology so you stop sabotaging yourself by trying to be cool girl. Let me be clear. Never getting jealous does not make you superior. It makes you unreadable. And unreadable women attract curiosity only if there is already attraction. Without attraction, unreadable just means irrelevant. Men interpret a woman who never gets jealous in 3 main emotional ways. But I won't list, don't panic. I'll explain like story. First way. He thinks she is emotionally mature and trusts him. This happens when you already have strong bond, intimacy, consistency. In this case, your calm actually deepens respect. He thinks, she sees me, she's secure, I don't want to fuck this up. This is good. Second way. He thinks she doesn't care that much. This happens early or when investment is uneven. He thinks, cool, low maintenance. Translation, low effort required. Dangerous for you. Third way. He thinks she has options he doesn't know about. This triggers competitiveness. This only works if you genuinely have life, boundaries, and presence, not fake scarcity. Men smell fake scarcity like spoiled milk. So when women brag, I never get jealous, I cringe. That's like saying, I never feel hunger. Congratulations, robot. Feelings are not weakness. Uncontrolled feelings are weakness. Now here is part I say as your big sister, not coach. Stop trying to be emotionally impressive. Be emotionally honest but regulated. If something bothers you, you don't explode. You note it, you shift, you don't lecture. Men understand energy shifts more than words. Now towards end I promised question. I want you to comment this. Have you ever had a man lose interest when you were too unbothered? Or did he chase more? Tell me which one. This helps algorithm and helps other women see patterns. Also before end, remember to subscribe and hit notification bell. Family stays together here. Now pep talk because some of you feel attacked and I don't want you crying into wine. You are not wrong for wanting to feel secure. You are not wrong for wanting to be chosen. You don't need to perform indifference to be high value. High value is being able to feel and not lose yourself. Men don't want women who never get jealous. They want women who don't lose their shit. Big difference. You are allowed to care. You are allowed to notice. You are allowed to respond. Just don't chase. Don't beg. Don't monitor like FBI.
And just like when I said with myself about my own little admitted feelings of jealousy with that, that little part, I could be all wrong. You know what I'm saying? Them bitches probably don't know who he is at all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you have to be careful because this is when women can start stalking other women and shit. And that's not my personality anyway. If I'm not feeling you, I'm not feeling you. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people that I know their faces from the past. So I be like, if I'm not feeling you, then that means we probably got a little history I probably forgot about and I need to follow my intuition. So that be that thing too. You feel me? So that be that. Yeah.
Homework time. Yes, homework because big sister doesn't just talk. This week, pay attention to your emotional reactions. When you feel jealousy, don't suppress it and don't vomit it. Sit with it. Ask yourself what boundary is being touched. Then practice expressing that boundary calmly once, without apology, without accusation. Also journal 1 page answering this. Do I confuse emotional absence with strength? Be honest. No one will see it. And final thing. Go binge watch our Big Sister playlist. We made it so you don't embarrass family and dating world. Watch it like series. Each video builds on last. You are not too much, you are not cold, you are learning balance. And balance is sexy. Go be dangerous but warm. Welcome to your Russian Big Sister. On this website you can choose between different coaching options depending on how deep your situation is and how fast you want me to respond. I answer every single question myself. No assistant, no copy-paste nonsense. Just me, my brain, and your situation. Because many of you are asking questions at the same time, I usually respond within 2 to 3 days. I don't disappear.
I'm having a fun memory. One time I was on a streaming app. What was on Vigo, I think it was. And so this guy, there was a dating show going on, and I crashed in there, in the chat room. And I was like, these women were, I guess, supposed to date this guy. And I was just like, well, what's so special about you? Like, why would you be somebody that somebody wants to date? Like, and I started asking, like, I started digging into like all this stuff. And I got quiet because I let them carry on with their show. And let me tell you, the dude that was like, okay, so who you want to choose? He was like, man, he was talking about me. He was like, she won, goddamn it. She won the show. And everybody started cracking up. He said, man, I choose her. And I thought that was a little crazy, right? Because I was just like, my aggression or however, whatever questions or whatever I was doing, it got my attention in the room. That homie was like, I choose you. You know what I'm saying? And I just always laugh at that. I was just literally thinking about that the whole time that she was talking about that. No, we're going to go into the 48 laws of power for women. We're going to probably close it out here.
All right, my dangerous little flowers, come sit with Big Sister. Yes, you, the one who keeps saying, I'm just nice, while the world keeps walking all over her in heels. Today we talk about power, real power, not Instagram quotes with champagne glasses, not boss babe cosplay. I'm talking about the kind of power that makes people treat you differently without you raising your voice or explaining yourself like you're in court. I am Russian woman. My English is good, not perfect, but power. Power I understand very well. I grew up watching strong women survive chaos with lipstick and sharp eyes. And today I'm breaking down what every woman needs to understand from the 48 laws of power, but translated for real life, for dating, for work, for friendships, for anywhere you are tired of being underestimated. In this video, I will lovingly roast you, slap some truth into your nervous system, and then build you back up feeling dangerous and calm. You will laugh. You will feel exposed. And by the end, you will feel like you're walking differently. That's the goal. Before we start, do what Big Sister asked nicely the first time. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when I drop uncomfortable truth again. Trust me, future you will thank you. Now let's get into it. Most women are taught to be good, not powerful. Be agreeable, be polite, be understanding, be self-sacrificing. And then you're shocked when people take advantage of you and call it miscommunication. Power does not mean being cruel. Power means understanding human nature and not being naive about it. One of the biggest mistakes women make is thinking power is loud. No, loud is insecurity in costume. Real power is restraint, silence, timing, knowing when not to react. Men understand this instinctively. Women are trained out of it. Let me give you a movie story because Hollywood accidentally teaches power sometimes. Think about The Devil Wears Prada. Miranda Priestly never explains herself. She never over-justifies. She never begs for respect. She expects it. Her calm, her economy of words, her standards create gravity. And everyone orbits around her, whether they like it or not. Andy, in the beginning, gives everything. Too much explaining. Too much trying. Too much availability. And she is treated like disposable assistant. Power shifted only when Andy stopped overgiving and started respecting her own time and value. This is not about being bitch. This is about being selective. Here's where red pill comes in. People, especially men, respect what they have to earn, not what is handed to them wrapped in apology. When you reveal everything, give everything, forgive everything, you remove incentive for good behavior. Women think being transparent equals being honest. No. Strategic mystery is not lying, it's pacing. You don't give strangers your diary. Why are you giving men your emotional blueprint on date 2? Now mid-video pause because this is important. If you want deeper breakdown of how men categorize women and decide who gets respect versus who gets convenience, go watch our Patreon video How Men Decide You're Different from the Others. This connects directly to power dynamics. Link is there. Also, if you want personal coaching because you see yourself repeating patterns and you're tired of it, coaching link is in description and pinned comment. Big Sister does not leave you alone with this stuff. Back to power. Another thing women misunderstand is that power is not control over others, it's control over yourself. The woman who cannot sit with discomfort, who needs immediate reassurance, who explains herself when nobody asked, is very easy to manipulate. Harsh? Yes. True. Also yes. When you react emotionally to everything, you give people roadmap to push your buttons. Power is emotional regulation. You don't have to be cold, you have to be centered. This is why in our last video, 97% of women don't know these 5 psychological secrets about men. I talked about how men read emotional behavior as information. If you haven't watched it yet, you need to. It fits perfectly here because power and psychology are married. Men test boundaries not because they hate you, but because they want to know where the walls are. If there are no walls, they keep walking. Women also confuse kindness with weakness. Kindness with no boundaries is self-betrayal, and people subconsciously punish you for it. They don't say thank you. They say, she allows this. Powerful women do not chase clarity. They observe behavior. Words lie beautifully. Behavior tells truth with ugly honesty. Another thing the 48 laws teach, without saying it directly, is don't outshine the wrong people. This is important for women especially. You don't need to dim yourself, but you do need to know your environment. Not everyone deserves your brilliance. Some spaces require strategy before expression. Men understand hierarchy naturally. Women often pretend hierarchy doesn't exist and then feel shocked when treated accordingly. You don't demand respect. You create conditions where disrespect costs access. Now I want you to breathe because some of you feel defensive. That's okay. Growth feels like insult at first. Power is also knowing when to walk away without announcement. No dramatic speech, no closure letter. Silence is loud when your presence mattered. This is why men often come back months later confused. You didn't fight, you didn't beg, you disappeared with dignity. That messes with them more than tears ever could. And yes, before you ask, this applies to friendships, family, workplace, not just dating. Power is universal. Toward the end here, I want you to comment something. Answer this honestly in comments. Where in your life do you feel you give too much power away? Dating? Work? Family? Say it. Other women need to see they're not alone. Also reminder again, like subscribe, hit notification. You're part of Big Sister Corner now. We don't abandon each other. Now homework, because power is practice, not theory. This week, notice where you over-explain. Catch yourself mid-sentence, ask, did I need to say this? Practice stopping. Silence is skill. Also choose one area of your life and practice delayed response. Not ignoring, just not immediate. Give yourself space before replying emotionally. Watch how people respond differently when you're not instantly available. Write one page answering this question. Where did I confuse being nice with being powerless? Be honest, no shame. Awareness is power. Before I go, pep talk. Because I will not leave you feeling heavy. You are not behind. You are not weak. You were just taught wrong things. You are learning now. Power does not mean losing your softness. It means protecting it. You are allowed to be warm and strategic, loving and discerning, feminine and formidable. Those things are not opposites. Go binge the Big Sister playlist after this. We built it intentionally so each video strengthens you layer by layer. Watch the 97% of women don't know. These 5 psychological secrets about men. Video next. Then go down the rabbit hole. You'll feel the shift. You are not here to beg for a seat. You are here to choose where you sit. Big Sister is proud of you. Now go be calm, dangerous, and unbothered. Welcome to your Russian Big Sister. On this website, you can choose between different coaching options depending on how deep your situation is and how fast you want me to respond. I answer every single question myself. No assistant, no copy-paste nonsense. Just me, my brain, and your situation. Because many of you are asking questions at the same time, I usually respond within 2 to 3 days. I don't disappear, I don't ghost, and if for some reason I take longer than that, you get a refund. Simple. I'm Russian, not shady. To purchase coaching, you click Ask Me Your Question. You write your situation, don't hold back, don't be dramatic, just be honest. Then you go to the cart in the top right corner.
Now, there was something very, 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 very important here that was said. And I hope you all caught that. And that was, women don't respect hierarchy. Women act as hierarchy does not exist. This is why a lot of those polyamorous relationships was so ridiculous, because when, let me just go into the example that I have used once before. I can't eat hot dogs. My body feel like that means I can't eat, because I'm drinking this I've been drinking this tea, and then I got a hot dog, and that shit fucked up. Like I can't eat hot dogs. It's whatever the fuck is in the hot dog. I can't eat that shit. Ugh. I was thinking maybe I wasn't cooking it all the way, or no, I cook it thoroughly. Nah, I can't eat these shits. My body is telling me to not eat hot dogs ever again, and that's what I'm gonna do. Excuse me for that. You remember the lady who was in the poly relationship that I was in a band with, and I told you how I told her how the guy was like, this significant woman here is my anchor. And then when basically, when I told her he said that that's his anchor, she was like, maybe. So that is like the slamming example right there. Like I feel like putting out my fucking notes. I literally feel like pulling out my notes right now and writing this stuff down, because that is the slamming example of exactly what she's talking about. So we're going to go ahead and jump into it again.
One who keeps saying, I'm just nice, while the world keeps walking all over her in heels. Today we talk about power, real power, not Instagram quotes with champagne glasses, not boss babe cosplay. I'm talking about the kind of power that makes people treat you differently without you raising your voice or explaining yourself like you're in court. I am Russian woman. My English is good, not perfect, but power. Power I understand very well. I grew up watching strong women survive chaos with lipstick and sharp eyes. And today I'm breaking down what every woman needs to understand from the 48 laws of power, but translated for real life, for dating, for work, for friendships, for anywhere you are tired of being underestimated. In this video, I will lovingly roast you, slap some truth into your nervous system, and then build you back up feeling dangerous and calm. You will laugh, you will feel exposed, and by the end, you will feel like you're walking differently. That's the goal. Before we start, do what Big Sister asked nicely the first time. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when I drop uncomfortable truth again. Trust me, future you will thank you. Now let's get into it. Most women are taught to be good, not powerful. Be agreeable, be polite, be understanding, be self-sacrificing. And then you're shocked when people take advantage of you and call it miscommunication. Power does not mean being cruel. Power means understanding human nature and not being naive about it. One of the biggest mistakes women make is thinking power is loud. No, loud is insecurity in costume. Real power is restraint, silence, timing, knowing when not to react. Men understand this instinctively. Women are trained out of it. Let me give you a movie story because Hollywood accidentally teaches power sometimes. Think about The Devil Wears Prada. Miranda Priestly never explains herself. She never over-justifies. She never begs for respect. She expects it. Her calm, her economy of words, her standards create gravity. And everyone orbits around her, whether they like it or not. Andy, in the beginning, gives everything. Too much explaining, too much trying, too much availability, and she is treated like disposable assistant. Power shifted only when Andy stopped overgiving and started respecting her own time and value. This is not about being bitch. This is about being selective. Here's where red pill comes in. People, especially men, respect what they have to earn, not what is handed to them wrapped in apology. When you reveal everything, give everything, forgive everything, you remove incentive for good behavior. Women think being transparent equals being honest. No. Strategic mystery is not lying, it's pacing. You don't give strangers your diary. Why are you giving men your emotional blueprint on date 2? Now mid-video pause because this is important. If you want deeper breakdown of how men categorize women and decide who gets respect versus who gets convenience, go watch Patreon video How Men Decide You're Different from the Others. This connects directly to power dynamics. Link is there. Also, if you want personal coaching because you see yourself repeating patterns and you're tired of it, coaching link is in description and pinned comment. Big Sister does not leave you alone with this stuff. Back to power. Another thing women misunderstand is that power is not control over others, it's control over yourself. The woman who cannot sit with discomfort, who needs immediate reassurance, who explains herself when nobody asked, is very easy to manipulate. Harsh? Yes. True? Also yes. When you react emotionally to everything, you give people roadmap to push your buttons. Power is emotional regulation. You don't have to be cold, you have to be centered. This is why, in our last video, 97% of women don't know these 5 psychological secrets about men. I talked about how men read emotional behavior as information. If you haven't watched it yet, you need to. It fits perfectly here because power and psychology are married. Men test boundaries not because they hate you, but because they want to know where the walls are. If there are no walls, they keep walking. Women also confuse kindness with weakness. Kindness with no boundaries is self-betrayal, and people subconsciously punish you for it. They don't say thank you. They say, she allows this. Powerful women do not chase clarity. They observe behavior. Words lie beautifully. Behavior tells truth with ugly honesty. Another thing the 48 laws teach, without saying it directly, is don't outshine the wrong people. This is important for women especially. You don't need to dim yourself, but you do need to know your environment. Not everyone deserves your brilliance. Some spaces require strategy before expression. Men understand hierarchy naturally. Women often pretend hierarchy doesn't exist and then feel shocked when treated accordingly. You don't demand respect. You create conditions where disrespect costs access. Now I want you to breathe because some of you feel defensive. That's okay. Growth feels like insult at first. Power is also knowing when to walk away without announcement. No dramatic speech, no closure letter. Silence is loud when your presence mattered. This is why men often come back months later confused. You didn't fight, you didn't beg, you disappeared with dignity. That messes with them more than tears ever could. And yes, before you ask, this applies to friendships, family, workplace, not just dating. Power is universal. Toward the end here, I want you to comment something. Answer this honestly in comments. Where in your life do you feel you give too much power away? Dating? Work? Family? Say it. Other women need to see they're not alone. Also reminder again, like subscribe, hit notification. You're part of Big Sister Corner now. We don't abandon each other. Now homework, because power is practice, not theory. This week, notice where you over-explain. Catch yourself mid-sentence, ask, did I need to say this? Practice stopping. Silence is skill. Also choose one area of your life and practice delayed response. Not ignoring, just not immediate. Give yourself space before replying emotionally. Watch how people respond differently when you're not instantly available. Write one page answering this question. Where did I confuse being nice with being powerless? Be honest, no shame. Awareness is power. Before I go, pep talk. Because I will not leave you feeling heavy. You are not behind. You are not weak. You were just taught wrong things. You are learning now. Power does not mean losing your softness. It means protecting it. You are allowed to be warm and strategic, loving and discerning, feminine and formidable. Those things are not opposites. Go binge the Big Sister playlist after this. We built it intentionally so each video strengthens you layer by layer. Watch the 97% of women don't know. These 5 psychological secrets about men. Video next. Then go down the rabbit hole. You'll feel the shift. You are not here to beg for a seat. You are here to choose where you sit. Big Sister is proud of you. Now go be calm, dangerous, and unbothered. Welcome to your Russian Big Sister. On this website, you can choose between different coaching options depending on...
Now that one was pretty quick.
No
that was pretty
dramatic
quick.
Speech, no presence
At the same time, she's hitting something heavy here.
mattered. This is why men often come back months later confused. Mattered. No dramatic speech, no closure letter. Silence is loud when your presence mattered. This is why men often come back months later confused. You didn't fight, you didn't beg, you disappeared with dignity. That messes with them more than tears ever could. And yes, before you ask, this applies to friendships, family, workplace, not just dating. Power is universal. Toward the end here, I want you to comment something. Answer this honestly in comments. Where in your life do you feel you give too much power away? Dating? Work? Family? Say it. Other women need to see they're not alone. Also reminder again, like subscribe, hit notification. You're part of Big Sister Corner now. We don't abandon each other. Now homework, because power is practice, not theory. This week, notice where you over-explain. Catch yourself mid-sentence, ask, did I need to say this? Practice stopping. Silence is skill. Also choose one area of your life and practice delayed response. Not ignoring, just not immediate. Give yourself space before replying emotionally. Watch how people respond differently when you're not instantly available. Write one page answering this question. Where did I confuse being nice with being powerless? Be honest. No shame. Awareness is power. Before I go, pep talk. Because I will not leave you feeling heavy. You are not behind. You are not weak. You were just taught wrong things. You are learning now. Power does not mean losing your softness. It means protecting it. You are allowed to be warm and strategic, loving and discerning, feminine and formidable. Those things are not opposites. Go binge the Big Sister playlist after this. We built it intentionally so each video strengthens you layer by layer. Watch the 97% of women don't know. These 5 psychological secrets about men. Video next. Then go down the rabbit hole. You'll feel the shift. You are not here to beg for a seat. You are here to choose where you sit. Big Sister is proud of you. Now go be calm, dangerous, and unbothered. Welcome to your Russian Big Sister. On this website, you can choose between different coaching options depending on how deep your situation is and how fast you want me to respond. I answer every single question myself. No assistant, no copy-paste nonsense. Just me, my brain, and your situation. Because many of you are asking questions at the same time, I usually respond within 2 to 3 days. I don't disappear.
All right, let's get to it. That was pretty fast. That one was pretty fast. All right, let's get to it. So, a lot of this is a lot in the divine feminine school, right? The school of the divine feminine, excuse me. It's a lot. And this is why it's best to go to the channel, write these things down, pause, highlight, annotate, journal what you hear and how you hear it. See it as a classroom for yourself for whatever you need to learn, because these are also life lessons, not just so much of dating, like this psychological life lessons of interacting with people. And this is where women miss the point. We see this a lot with women who are married or in relationships where they had to be home with children. They don't seem to understand how the work life goes. They don't seem to understand what are the do's and don'ts and can and cannots in that world. So they sit here and they'll have a medical condition and they'll say, you know, they didn't put in enough time in the job to ask for the time that they want off for their medical condition, right? And so what happens is, she goes to work and she finds herself disappointed with something at work, and she's in the corner complaining, talking to a manager, right, about something about the way things are going and how she doesn't like it, or she has children, so she feels entitled that she should go home early because of something with her children. And when she has to get the rude wake-up call that nobody cares about, that you have a job to do, she does not know how to function in that. I've seen that a lot with women. I've seen a lot with women that she will go into the job world and not respect what the rules and regulations of the job world is. I've seen that, if you get what I mean. I've seen women who, you know, it goes on and on and on. And basically you can tell that this woman has not been working. She may have not worked this kind of job before. You can tell what this woman is.
Choose what actually fits you instead of wasting money. If you want something quick and direct, there is Quick Answer for $35. This is one short written response to one question. Straight to the point, no follow-up.
Okay. How men test women's self-respect? That's on you. It's some reggae. I haven't heard that song in a while. Dun, 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 dun. You know that song. I'll never leave. If you want me to stay, we'll always be. If you want me to stay, I'll never leave you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, yeah. Somebody bumping that shit. I haven't heard that song in a minute. We're going to go ahead. What men consider good sex. I do want to watch this.
Devushka, come here. Sit, relax. Take your tea or wine or whatever you use to survive this dating circus. Today we talk about things that everyone...
That is the perfect word for what is going on out here. It is a whole fucking dating circus. It is a clown show out here, bro.
...pretends to be expert in. But most people are just, how to say, confused teenagers in adult bodies. What men actually consider amazing sex. Not Instagram quotes, not feminine energy goddess cosplay. Real, honest, he thinks about you weeks later, sex. 7 big keys, but we talk like normal humans. No weird bullet lists, just one long big sister conversation. Before we go deep into this, I remind you, yesterday I posted video on Patreon about how to be honestly happy single. Not performative, I'm independent, I don't need man, while you stalk his stories at 2 a.m. No. Real inner peace. And because last week I was little bit chaos and missed upload, today I'm posting another one there to make up for it. So if you are single now, or half single, half attached in situationship hell, go check it after this, like it, comment, tell me which part hit you. When you learn to be happy alone, your sex life later becomes 10 times better, because you stop using sex to beg for love. Now, you clicked on what men consider amazing sex, so let's be serious but also a little dangerous, yes? I tell you exactly what they remember, what makes them obsessed, what makes them bored, and what makes them quietly pull away. And I do it with tough love, so if you are very sensitive today, maybe go watch something about crystals. First thing you must understand, and I really want you to let it into your bones. Amazing sex for man is not only about what you do, but who you are being while you do it. Technique is like spice. If the dish underneath is trash, spice cannot save it. You can learn every move from TikTok, you can stretch like ballerina. But if inside yourself you are anxious, ashamed, disconnected, he will feel something is off. Think of movies where you feel sexual tension even if they never show full sex scene. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, for example. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, yes, cliché, but it works. The reason their scenes feel hot is not because of position, it's because they are fully present and there is danger and play. They look at each other like predators who also secretly adore each other. This is your first key, even if we don't label it like textbook, presence and atmosphere. When you are with man, your mind must be in your body, not flying away like pigeon. If you lay there thinking, do I look fat from this angle? Is my makeup ruined? Does he still like his ex? Is my stomach jiggling? Then your soul left the building. He is basically having sex with nice warm corpse. Men feel this emptiness even if they cannot explain. Amazing sex is when he feels you are there with him, like whole world shrank to just your 2 bodies. You know in Romeo and Juliet, the balcony scene? They are just talking, not even touching much, but you feel everything because they are completely absorbed in each other. In grade 6, you give man that balcony feeling with your eyes and your focus. Look at his face, his body, react to him. Don't be in your head, be in your skin. Now let's talk about second big secret. Men crave to feel chosen, not just available. There is huge difference between I sleep with you because I am lonely, drunk or bored, and I sleep with you because I genuinely want you. He feels this. Think of Moulin Rouge. Satine could have all-powerful men. She is literally high-class courtesan. But with Christian, she shows something different. Vulnerability, choice. He is not richest, not most powerful, but through her eyes, you see, I want you, not them. That is heroin for male ego. When you are with man, but giving energy like, you're okay, but I could do better, he feels this in his bones. like you are mentally scrolling options while kissing him. Maybe you don't say, but energy doesn't lie. Amazing sex for man is when he senses you are fully turned on by him, not just by idea of having boyfriend or being desired. Your hands explore him like he is something you genuinely enjoy, not homework. You kiss like you want to taste him, not like you want him to hurry. You don't need to overdo it like dramatic "you are my king" nonsense, but let your body show that you want this man here, now. Tilt your head into his touch, pull him closer, make small sounds that are real, not theatrical. He remembers woman who made him feel chosen. Third thing, and I know it sounds boring, but this is foundation, emotional safety. Yes, I said it. The word everyone uses, nobody understands. Emotional safety is not soft, it is actually sex fuel. Look at Pride and Prejudice. There is no explicit sex, but by the time Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth finally confess feelings, the energy is so charged that if camera cut to bedroom, you know it would be fire. Why? Because they build trust slowly. They challenge each other, but they also protect each other. They don't humiliate, they don't weaponize secrets. For man, amazing sex is when he can be animal and still feel safe with you as human. That means if he opens up about insecurity, you don't bring this later into fight and stab him. If during sex he is not always perfect, maybe he finishes too fast once, or something awkward happens, you don't mock him. You don't make big face like world ended. If he feels judged or shamed, his body will remember, and next times he will hold back. In A Streetcar Named Desire, Stanley and Stella have extremely sexual connection, but there is also toxicity and violence. This creates intensity but not safety. That's why their passion feels disturbing, not healing. You don't want that. You want mix of intensity and safety. To give amazing sex, you show him with your response. You're safe to be real here. The more safe he feels, the more wild he can be. And this is where sex moves from okay to unforgettable. Now we go to something more fun. Your wildness. Men consider sex amazing when woman is not just lying there like frozen fish. You don't have to become porn actress. Please don't. Porn is ridiculous acting made for camera, not for connection. But you do need to allow your natural wild side to come out. Watch Basic Instinct. Sharon Stone's character is dangerous, manipulative, but look at how she inhabits her body. She walks like she knows every eye is on her. She sits like she owns the room. You don't need to kill anyone like her. Okay, but learn one thing. She is not apologizing for being sexual. When you are in bed, stop apologizing for wanting. You are not there to be pretty while he uses you. You are there to enjoy too. Grip his shoulders, pull his hair lightly, change angle to feel better, guide his hands where you like. Men find it incredibly hot when woman takes some initiative. In Mr. and Mrs. Smith, remember that fight scene turning into sex scene. They match each other's intensity. She is not passive. She is equal opponent and equal lover. That myth that men only want submissive little doll is lie. Many men are bored to death by dolls. They want woman who is alive. You being wild does not mean screaming for performance. It means you allow genuine sounds, movement, breathing. You don't freeze from shame. When your body wants to arch, you arch. When you want to grab him closer, you do. Now we talk about something that is a huge problem today. His attachment style and his relationship with porn. This one will save you so much suffering if you listen. Attraction to securely attached men who are not porn addicted naturally gives you better sex. It's not spiritual slogan. It is very practical. If man is avoidant, always afraid of intimacy, ghosting, hot-cold, sex with him feels like you are begging for love through body. He keeps distance emotionally, so you try to compensate by doing more. You become circus act, hoping he will finally give you heart if you give him best performance. Spoiler, he won't. And if he is heavy porn user, his brain is like burnt wire. He is not grounded in reality. In his fantasies, women are endless variety of categories, always available, never needing emotional safety, always perfect. When he is with you, his body might be present, but his mind is flipping through highlight reels from years of porn. You can feel this split. You feel like prop, not partner. Look at Before Sunrise and the sequels. Jesse and Celine are not perfect people, but they are present with each other. They talk deeply, they're curious about each other's minds, not only bodies. If man is more secure, doesn't drown his brain in porn all day, he can look into your eyes without shame, he can hold you and not feel trapped. With this type of man, sex is slower but deeper. Your nervous system relaxes. You are not performing, you are relating. With securely attached man, you don't have to prove yourself constantly. If sex one night is less intense, okay, he doesn't panic or disappear. This stability allows your body to open more next time, and more next. Amazing sex is cumulative. It grows. But it only grows with man who has nervous system stable enough to hold deeper intimacy. Next, we talk about playfulness. Many of you treat sex like medical procedure or exam, too serious, too heavy, too much pressure. Men don't find this amazing. Important maybe, but not amazing. Think about 10 things I hate about you. The chemistry between Kat and Patrick is built on teasing, banter, little games. They laugh, they annoy each other, they surprise each other. You can feel that if they have sex, it will be full of laughter, small jokes, messiness. And that is very attractive. In real life, great sex often includes imperfect moments. Condom drops, someone's knee hits something, weird sound from stomach, you both move wrong way, you start giggling. If you start panicking, oh my god, this is ruined, I'm so embarrassed, you kill vibe. If you laugh and keep going, you build closeness. Men consider sex amazing when they feel they can be human, not machine. If he knows he can joke with you, try new things without fear you will judge him, he will relax. And relaxed man, guess what, performs better, lasts longer, and is more creative. Humor is foreplay, and also glue. Remember Friends with Benefits with Justin Timberlake and Mila Kunis? They try to be casual, but the reason their sex scenes are fun is because they talk, they joke, they're comfortable. You don't need to turn your sex into comedy show, but small playfulness is strong aphrodisiac. Another key that nobody tells you straight. Your self-respect is sex appeal. You think men only want girl who says yes to everything. They might brag about this with friends, but the women who actually stay in their mind, usually the ones with standards. Look at Carmen, the opera. Carmen is wild, sensual, passionate, but she also knows her worth. She loves deeply, but she doesn't become slave. She leaves when love turns into cage. This self-respect makes her unforgettable. Men may call strong women difficult, but they are frequently obsessed with them. When you have no boundaries, when you sleep with a man who clearly doesn't care about you, when you say yes even when you want no, your body knows you are betraying yourself. This guilt and self-betrayal make you tense and bitter. These emotions will show up in bed, even if you smile. But when you sleep with someone because you genuinely want to, not because you're scared to lose him, your energy is completely different. You're not trying to buy his love with your body. You are sharing pleasure with him. This confidence, this feeling of, I choose you, but I don't need you to survive, drives men insane in best way. Think of Gone with the Wind. Scarlett O'Hara is morally messy, but her self-confidence and stubborn self-respect are intense. Rhett Butler is drawn to her because she is not easy possession. Again, you don't copy her toxic parts, but you learn this. When you have spine, you're more exciting. Men don't consider amazing the sex where a woman betrays herself for him. Deep down, they often lose respect. Last big key I want you to understand is your capacity to actually receive pleasure. This one is subtle. Many women are disconnected from their own pleasure. You focus on giving, 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 or you are so in shame or numbness that you don't even know what you like. Then you expect man to magically fix this for you. In a streetcar named Desire, Blanche is constantly seeking validation from men because inside she is broken. Sex becomes her way to bandage old wounds, not real pleasure. Many women do similar, just less dramatic. You use sex to feel worthy, not to feel good. But watch a movie like Blue is the Warmest Color. Whatever you think about film, one thing is clear. The main character slowly discovers her own desire. She starts to understand what turns her on, what she wants, how she wants to be touched. The power of that story is in her becoming more honest with herself. When you know your own body, when you touch yourself without shame, learn your rhythms, what sensations feel good, what fantasies turn your mind on, then you bring this knowledge to partner. You don't wait for him to guess. You help him. You move his hand where you like. You change position to feel more. You speak a little. Men find it extremely hot when woman is responsive, when her pleasure is real. Amazing sex for man is not only about his orgasm. Many men, especially emotionally mature, feel proud and deeply satisfied when you are shaking under them, when your eyes roll back, when you go quiet or wild or soft, your version. They feel like, I did this, I reached her. So if you want to give man amazing sex, you must allow yourself to be reached. That means healing some of your shame, some of your numbness. It means letting go of idea that good girl never wants too much. Good woman, my love, is one who is honest and alive, not dead but polite. Now, homework time, because I am not here to just entertain you. I want you to actually change. Take this like ritual with Big Sister. First, tonight or tomorrow, take notebook and write down 3 sexual experiences from your past that stayed with you. They can be good, bad, or confusing. For each one, write how present you were, how chosen you felt, how safe you felt, how playful it was, how much you respected yourself in that situation, and how much real pleasure you received. Be brutally honest. When you look at these 3 stories, you will start to see pattern. Maybe you always choose emotionally unavailable men. Maybe you always perform instead of feel. Maybe you never allow yourself to say what you want. This awareness is your map. Second, choose one key from everything we talked about that feels like your weakest side right now. Maybe you always are in your head, criticizing your body. Maybe you are addicted to chaotic men who make your nervous system crazy. Maybe you are terrified to initiate or to show you want more. For next 30 days, work gently but intentionally on this one thing. Not in bed first, but in normal life. If your problem is presence, practice small mindfulness. When you eat, only eat, don't scroll. When you shower, feel the water, don't plan argument. If your problem is self-respect, say small no's in daily life where before you would say yes to please others. If problem is playfulness, allow yourself to be silly with friends, dance in kitchen, flirt harmlessly with the world. You are training your nervous system to handle joy and aliveness so that in bed it doesn't freak out. Third, if you are single or feel lonely even in relationship, go watch my Patreon video about how to be genuinely happy single. Because if you go into sex from empty place, trying to fill big hole in heart with male validation, you will always overgive and under-receive. Comment there, tell me which part hits hardest, and I will make more just for you. If you like this conversation, if something inside you went, damn, okay, this makes sense, then subscribe. I want to be that slightly rude but very loving older sister you never had. Or you had, but she is too shy to talk about this. Like the video so algorithm understands, women need more than just to be sexy advice. And in comments, tell me one thing. Which part of amazing sex you struggle with the most right now? Is it feeling safe, being present, choosing better men, being playful, or receiving pleasure without guilt? Be honest. You are not alone. When you write it, you already start to take power back. I wish you happy holidays, my love. May this season not be about crying over some guy who can't even text properly, but about coming home to your own body, your own desire, your own peace. And when the right man arrives, you will be ready to give him something he never had before. A woman who is not begging for love, but sharing it.
Oh shit, what happened? My bad. Hold on, y'all know what the hell has happened. Oh shit. I mean,
Alright, come here, sit down. Let Big Sister talk before you go texting him.
Okay. I mean, I don't even gotta touch all that, what she said. Alright. Let me go ahead with this one right here. Take it to X-Pep.
He feels it before he understands it. A tightening in the chest.
I'll put they together, yo.
A flicker of alertness.
A couple.
the sensation that something is moving just out of reach. That is excitement, not romance, not love. Excitement is uncertainty sharpened into focus. And the moment a man realizes he cannot predict your next move, his nervous system wakes up like it's been slapped. Most women think excitement comes from beauty, sex, or being agreeable. That fantasy is comforting and completely wrong. Beauty gets attention. Sex gets access. Agreeableness gets used. None of them keep a man mentally occupied. What keeps him hooked is the sense that you are not fully mapped, that he does not own the terrain, that every interaction carries risk. Here's the hook you're not supposed to hear. Men don't get excited by women they understand. They get excited by women who make them calculate. The predictable woman is safe. Safety is not arousing. Safety is where men nap, not where they obsess. When a man knows exactly how you will respond, when you will reply, what you will tolerate, and how much access he has, his imagination shuts down. And imagination is where desire lives. Men feel most alive when they are slightly off balance. This is why men chase chaos they complain about and abandon stability they claim to want. Not because they're broken, but because predictability numbs them. Predictability tells a man there is nothing to win here. The outcome is already secured. A man who knows your next move is already bored. When a man cannot predict you, his brain fills in the gaps. He speculates. He replays conversations. He second-guesses his last move. He wonders if he impressed you or failed. That mental loop is not accidental. It is desire manufacturing itself. Men are not excited by what is given. They are excited by what might be taken away. This is why men become hyper-attentive around women who are inconsistent in ways that feel intentional. Not erratic, not emotional, intentional. The difference matters. Erratic women are dismissed as unstable. Intentional mystery is interpreted as power. Power excites men more than affection ever will. The average man is starving for stimulation that forces him to rise. Most of his life is routine, obligation, and mild disappointment. When he meets a woman whose behavior cannot be reduced to a formula, something predatory wakes up in him. He starts hunting information. Hunting is where men feel competent. The woman who shows all her cards early robs him of the hunt. The woman who withholds selectively turns interaction into a game of positioning. Men live for positioning. It's how they relate to other men. It's how they measure themselves. When a woman enters that psychological arena, she becomes memorable. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move, because uncertainty forces presence. He cannot scroll mentally. He cannot half listen. He cannot assume. He must watch you. Attention follows uncertainty. This is why men often say things like, "I don't know why, but she just has something." What she has is not magic. It's a symmetry. She knows herself. He doesn't know her yet. That imbalance creates tension. Tension is erotic. When a woman is fully transparent, fully available, fully readable, she resolves tension instantly. Resolution feels like relief, not desire. Men don't fantasize about relief. They fantasize about pursuit. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move, because it threatens their sense of control. And nothing energizes a man like the possibility of losing control in a domain he cares about. This is where simps collapse completely. A simp is a man who hands over predictability like a peace offering. He texts too fast, compliments too much, agrees too often. He removes all uncertainty and then wonders why women feel nothing. He anesthetizes attraction and calls it sincerity. Women who do the same thing get the same result. They just get used longer. A woman who is predictable becomes a convenience. A woman who is uncertain becomes an event. Men do not prepare for convenience. They prepare for events. Watch how a man behaves when he thinks he might lose a woman versus when he thinks he already has her. The former sharpens. The latter softens. Soft men are not excited men. This is not about cruelty. It's about leverage. Men feel excitement when they don't know your next move because it forces them to invest mentally before they invest physically. They rehearse scenarios. They imagine outcomes. They replay your tone, your pauses, your silences. You occupy space in his mind without being present. That is dominance. There is research that quietly supports this, even if it offends polite sensibilities. A study published in Psychological Science by Whitchurch Wilson and Gilbert found that people reported greater attraction to potential partners whose feelings toward them were uncertain compared to those who expressed clear interest. Uncertainty increased rumination, attention, and desire. In simple terms, when a man doesn't know where he stands, his brain refuses to let you go. Certainty calms the mind. Calm is not arousal. This is why men lose interest after winning women who made it easy. The win resolved the tension. The game ended. Men do not linger in finished games. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move, because it reintroduces stakes. Stakes force effort. Effort creates attachment. Attachment masquerades as feelings, but it's really investment protecting itself. Men fall in love with what they work for. A woman who is too transparent deprives a man of work. She thinks honesty builds closeness. What it often builds is familiarity without intrigue. Familiarity is what men feel toward coworkers. You do not want to be a coworker. A woman who knows how to pause, how to delay, how to withhold reaction, how to let silence do the work, drives men insane in the quietest way possible. He fills the silence with himself. He exposes more. He leans forward. Leaning forward is desire. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move, because it disrupts their internal hierarchy. They cannot place you. Are you impressed? Are you bored? Are you considering him or dismissing him? Ambiguity destabilizes his ego just enough to keep him engaged. Men crave environments where they can test themselves. This is why men love competitive sports, volatile careers, and women who don't hand out emotional guarantees. Risk sharpens identity. Now let's be clear before the intellectually lazy start drooling. This is not about being cold or playing dumb. Men are not excited by stupidity. They are excited by depth they haven't accessed yet. Mystery is not silence. Mystery is selectivity. Selectivity implies standards. A woman with standards introduces the possibility of failure. Men respect failure far more than pity. This is where women who can play men deserve respect. Not because they manipulate blindly, but because they understand tempo. They know when to advance and when to retreat. They don't flood the field. They don't explain themselves into irrelevance. They let men reveal who they are under pressure. Pressure reveals character. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move, because it keeps them from becoming lazy. Laziness is the enemy of attraction. Lazy men stop grooming, stop planning, stop listening. Uncertainty keeps him alert. Alert men are attractive men, and they know it. If this is starting to sting, good. That sting is recognition. Now, quick interruption before we go deeper. I offer one-on-one coaching, and it's pinned in the comment section. Coaching exists because insight without correction changes nothing. One-on-one coaching lets me see exactly where you over-explain, overcommit, or collapse into predictability without realizing it. You get real-time feedback, not generic advice. You learn how to hold uncertainty without anxiety, how to let men come to you mentally instead of chasing clarity that kills desire. My landing page is done. I'm adding it to the description and the pinned comment. Go check it out. Read the free PDF. Watch the free video. And subscribe to the newsletter if you want discounts on coaching orders. That's where I reward people who actually apply pressure to their own habits. This is what my weekly newsletter looks like. This is where I sometimes say things that YouTube doesn't let me say. I'll be sending 3 weekly.
Don't fall
And make
asleep.
sure to check
Listen,
under.
hold on,
It
y'all.
will be released by May 30th. It's for women
That's
who
all,
want
bro.
leverage without turning into caricatures.
All right.
Back to the anatomy of excitement. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move because it disrupts their timeline. Men love timelines. They plan escalation, texting frequency, dates, physical access, emotional access. When you move slightly out of sequence, when you skip a beat or delay a response, you break his script. Breaking the script forces improvisation. Improvisation is where authenticity leaks out. Men reveal themselves when their plan fails. The woman who always responds on time trains a man to relax. The woman who sometimes doesn't respond at all trains him to pay attention. Attention is expensive. Men pay attention only when something feels scarce. Scarcity is not about availability. It's about unpredictability. A woman can be present and still unpredictable. A woman can be absent and still boring. The difference is intention. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move because it reawakens their competitive instinct. Not competition with other men necessarily, but competition with the unknown. He wants to win you over, but he doesn't know what winning looks like yet. Undefined victory keeps men engaged longer than guaranteed rewards. This is why men obsess over women who don't rush clarity. Clarity feels like closure. Closure feels like death. Men are energized by open loops. The woman who closes loops too quickly kills momentum. The woman who lets loops breathe lets anticipation build. Anticipation is the most underrated aphrodisiac on the planet. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move because it gives them room to project. Projection is powerful. He fills in your silence with fantasy. Fantasy is always more compelling than reality. Never interrupt a man while he is fantasizing about you. This is where women sabotage themselves by oversharing. They explain their intentions, their feelings, their anxieties. Men don't need that much data early. Data collapses mystery. Mystery sustains interest. Men do not bond through information. They bond through experience. The one who controls experience controls memory. And memory is what men chase when they say they miss someone. Men remember women who made them unsure of themselves. Not insecure. Unsure. There is a difference. Insecurity repels because it asks for reassurance. Unsureness attracts because it demands calibration. A man recalibrating is a man engaged. When a man does not know your next move, he cannot default to habit. Habit is where desire goes to die. Habit turns men into ghosts who show up physically and disappear mentally. Uncertainty forces him back into his body. He feels the interaction instead of sleepwalking through it. This is why men often describe certain women as dangerous and mean it as a compliment. Not dangerous like reckless. Dangerous like consequential. The kind of woman where a misstep costs something. Men respect cost. They scoff at free. A woman whose reactions are always the same trains a man like a poorly designed algorithm. Input equals output. Men get bored with algorithms. They exploit them. The woman who sometimes surprises him breaks the loop. She reminds him that there is a mind on the other side, not a vending machine for validation. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move, because it disrupts entitlement. Entitlement is the silent killer of attraction. It creeps in unnoticed. He assumes access. He assumes forgiveness. He assumes continuity. Assumption dulls effort. Remove assumption and watch him sharpen. Men do not crave reassurance the way women do. They crave feedback. Feedback tells them where they stand in the hierarchy. A woman who is unreadable forces a man to earn information. Earned information sticks. Free information is ignored. This is why men often overshare with women who listen quietly. Silence creates a vacuum. Men rush to fill vacuums. In doing so, they reveal leverage points. The woman who rushes to respond robs herself of that advantage. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move because it keeps them guessing about their own value. Am I impressive to her? Am I average? Am I replaceable? These questions haunt men far more than they admit. Masculinity is fragile in this way. It needs friction to feel real. A woman who immediately validates a man's value soothes him. A woman who withholds validation forces him to perform. Performance is where attraction intensifies. This is also why men complain about women who are hard to read and then obsess over them for years. Complaints are often disguised praise. Men complain when they feel powerless. Powerlessness is stimulating when it is chosen. Men do not want women who dominate them. They want women who resist domination. Resistance creates polarity. Polarity is what turns interaction into electricity instead of comfort. Comfort is what men seek after attraction has already been established. Women who offer comfort first skip the essential stage. They try to build a house without tension in the beams. It collapses quietly. Men feel excited when they don't know your next move because it keeps the future unresolved. Unresolved futures are addictive. Resolution feels final. Final feels boring. This is why men linger around women who never fully close the door, but also never fully open it. The door becomes a symbol. Symbols are powerful. Men chase symbols harder than reality. This is also why men often lose interest once a woman asks, "Where is this going?" The question itself is not the problem. The time
Hold on, y'all. Well, he didn't. What you missed? Hold on, y'all. I got a whole black screen. Am I still the fuck live? Somebody report me? Hold on, I gotta refresh. Refresh. There he is. Alright, I'm back. The shit fucked up. It probably done turned off my thing. Listen, I'll be back, y'all. We'll continue with the Divine Feminine School. I'll be back.